these items, so write it down. It's area code 406, local number 237-6196. You'll hear that number again throughout the evening. Before we jump to our first item, which is on COVID-19, I'll just comment that just for the members of the council in particular, so we have a little bit of a time budget here. My expectation is the first item on our agenda on COVID-19 update will probably take us 10 to 15 minutes. We'll jump into a legislative update. Hopefully we'll be done with that in about a half an hour. And then we'll hear a presentation on the Trust for Public Lands Conservation Finance Feasibility Study. Again, probably another half hour or so. And then most of our, the largest item tonight will be our park funding discussion, item number 4. I suspect with public comment and discussion by council, that might take as long as an hour to an hour and a half. And then we'll jump to council priorities if it's not too late, and then we'll be done. My goal would be to not spend more than 3.5 hours here tonight, which would allow us to leave our meeting before 9 o'clock. I'll turn it to our city administrator, Chris Kukulski, for any opening comments before we jump into item number 1. Chris.
I think Mayor Cole, thank you, Mayor and Council. You just touched on the priorities. I think that's depending on time tonight. I wanted to put it on the agenda just in case there's time, but if there's not, we'll put that on the next work session there, and I'll do a very brief introduction when we get to the legislative piece after John Felton. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris. With that, we will move to item number 1 by way of introduction. This is John Felton, our county health officer. Fortunately, our numbers on the COVID front for infections continue to be good relative to where they were before. Also making progress on vaccinations. I know that because I got mine Saturday. Had an 8 o'clock appointment, and I walked out the door at 8:18. Very efficient, very quick, and relatively painless. And so I encourage everybody to sign up when there is availability. There has been availability once those get announced, a substantial availability. So with that, I'll turn it over. I'll also mention, maybe John could comment in his in his comments. There was an Israeli study announced on Thursday. A big issue has been whether the vaccine prevents asymptomatic spread of the virus. And that was a very positive study that came out of Israel, indicating it was vaccines were very effective at stopping the spread, not just preventing symptoms from those who were vaccinated, but keeping them from being spreaders of the disease. So with that, John Felton, what do you know?
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Well, we are now officially into our second year of COVID-19. Our first cases, I think I mentioned, was March 13th of 2020. And so we've officially made it into the second year. The big issue right now, before I get to going through the data, is really the vaccines and vaccinations. We are running 2 centralized vaccination clinics, a first dose clinic at Metro Park and a second dose clinic at the Shrine. It's going really well. As the mayor mentioned, things tend to run pretty smoothly and largely on time. There's some additional doses that are in town. One of the real challenges has been able to get sort of a handle on what the total supply is. Some pharmacies are getting direct federal doses, and those are largely being directed, at least prioritized, towards educators and childcare workers. Those are not aren't part of the current 1A, 1B, or 1B plus into the state system, but those federal doses can be used for priorities other than the state. So that's where I know a lot of teachers are being able to get vaccinated right now using those pharmacies. We also have gotten our first set of Johnson & Johnson, also known as the Janssen vaccine. We asked our medical technical team to look into those. The key, as you know about Johnson & Johnson, those are single shot vaccinations. So the medical technical team prioritized those populations that are a little more difficult to get back for a second. So that could include people who are experiencing homelessness, shelter populations, senior living populations, homebound individuals, incarcerated individuals, things like that. So we're working through getting some of those difficult to reach populations as well. And the other thing I just want to give a little shout out to the National Guard. We've got somewhere close to 50 National Guard workers between the Metro site and the National Guard, or the Shrine site, and they have been godsends. Those folks work really hard. They're very pleasant. They're very enthusiastic. So we've been really pleased and appreciate our citizen soldiers who are out there as National Guard members helping support our vaccination efforts. They've really been great. Let me just jump to the data here. Oh, I will mention before I do that, as of a few minutes ago, about 5 o'clock, there were still about 300 doses available this week. First doses out of Metro. So those are available on the PrepMod site. You go to montanareadyclinic.org/search, and you'll see the places, the times that vaccines are available for first doses out of Metro Park. So let me share my screen here. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Let me get it full screen.
Bill, you're muted.
Thank you very much. Hey, if I can just ask the non-presenters to turn off your active video, that allows the council to sort of float to the top, and it makes it easier for me to see the council members. And then when it's your turn to present, please turn on your video. Back to you, John.
All right, thank you. Can everyone see the full screen now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So this is, again, as an extension of what we've seen before, it's Montana. You'll see the continued reduction in cases. We're down now to levels that you have to go all the way back to late last summer to see the levels we're seeing today. Yellowstone County is much the same way. If you look at these numbers over here on the right, the current numbers, you have to go way back here into June, July to see that same level. So as the mayor mentioned, our case counts are looking pretty good right now. When we look at 7-day trends, so again, the blue line is the 7-day average of new cases in the state. The orange line is the 7-day average of new cases in Yellowstone County. And the gray is the 7-day average of the proportion of cases that are Yellowstone County cases. And about 15 or 16% is our share of the population. So you can see we have really been in good shape for really most of the last couple of months in terms of Yellowstone County having a lower proportion of cases than its proportionate share of the population. So people continue to do well at keeping our community safe. When we look at on a weekly basis, new cases per 100,000 per day. Again, here's our peak back in late November. We're now down into the yellow zone. So if we get here and to have another week below this 10 mark, that would put us into the green zone. So we really are holding our own quite well. Again, that's kind of strange week. But if you look at this, and you can see pretty steady decline down into numbers that are much more manageable. Again, to put in context, that 10 per 100,000 is about 16 cases a day. When we're up here at 100 per 100,000, that's 160, 170 cases a day. On a monthly basis, you see this nice reduction. The orange line is actual cases per day, and the gray line is cases per 100,000 per day. Through yesterday, which is today's report from the state, we're only averaging 16 cases a day, which is 10 per 100,000 per day for the month of March. So we're at a little less than half of where we were in February, and you can see we're about less than 10% of where we were at our peak back in November. Our test positivity rate also has worked its way down into the yellow status. The last 3 weeks actually have been under 5%. So I'm sorry, that puts us in green status. So when we look at again, another important measure that tells us we're doing adequate testing, but we have a low positivity rate, which is continuing to drop for us. We'll get that new number tomorrow. The other big issue is the burden on our healthcare system. So this is our inpatient census. These are actual census numbers of our 2 hospitals for patients admitted for COVID-19. We're now down into the low teens. And again, you have to go way back here, all the way back to June and July to get that same level of low number of hospital inpatients. Right now, I don't believe there's any patients on ventilators in our 2 hospitals for COVID-19. As I recall, there's 4 or 5 patients who are in the ICU. So really much better there as well. What we've typically seen, about half the patients in Yellowstone County. This is where we're looking at the proportion of cases that are school age. And you can see we have this trend line shows just a kind of a slow increase over the course of the time since school began. We've had a couple of big weeks and a few small ones here and there, but we still kind of generally run 15-ish% plus or minus a little for the most part. When we look at all cases, you can see we're solidly at about 13.5% of all cases from inception are those younger people. I'm going to switch now to vaccination status. So what this shows you, the purple bar are the number of doses administered total in Yellowstone County. And the red bar are the number of individuals who are fully vaccinated, meaning they've either had both doses of Moderna or Pfizer or a single dose of Johnson & Johnson. And you can see we're now up to about 24,000 who are fully vaccinated. And we've administered about 55,000 doses total. This is how we look at how close we're getting to that idea of herd immunity or population protection. We need to be somewhere around 75% of the population being immune. You either be immunized by a vaccination or natural immunization by having the disease. So you'll see that the green bar are the percent of the Yellowstone County population that are fully vaccinated, and the blue bar is the percent of the Yellowstone County population that are confirmed positive. Now there is clearly some overlap, and these are held in different databases, so without a huge amount of work, we can't really tell what the overlap is. Just know that there is some, because there's some people who got sick and then also got vaccinated. We had some people who were asymptomatic probably and then also got vaccinated. But what this really tells us, even if this would be the maximum we're talking about, if these were 2 completely different populations, and we're only at about 25%. So we're about less than a third of the way to where we need to be as a community in terms of immunization status before we say that population protection or herd immunity is really exerting its effects. So I just share that to say, we are doing well, but we need to continue to make sure that we're being safe and doing all the things we know, like masking when around people we don't know, and hygiene, and staying home when we're sick, and sanitizing, and all the kinds of things and distancing that we do. So we're getting there. The other thing you'll notice is the green bar is growing much more rapidly than the blue bar, because our new case counts are so low. So most of the increase we're getting in total population protection is through immunization. And this is the last time I'll share this with you unless you ask for it, because this really does give us a full year. This goes through March 12th on COVID numbers, which is 1 full year. So as we've talked about, there's still been no confirmed cases of influenza in Montana, so certainly not Yellowstone County. On an average flu year, we have about 1,100 cases. There's 5,500 total over 5 years. We've got 3 times that number of cases, 3 times the 5-year total in the 1 year of COVID, and 15 times an average flu year. In terms of deaths, 240 deaths in a 1-year period, which is a little over 10 times the 5-year total for influenza, and almost close to 50 times, 48 times the 1-year average. A death rate of 1.5% in Yellowstone County of known cases, which is 3 to 4 times higher than influenza. So I will stop showing that unless you'd like me to keep that updated, because it really does not give us a year-to-year comparison. And you can see that certainly COVID has had much greater influence in terms of morbidity and mortality on our community than influenza does. So with that, I will stop and I'll answer questions for you if you'd like.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Trinky.
This may sound like it's a personal request, but I'm sure other people are thinking the same thing. It turns out that I have jury duty the same day as my second shot is scheduled. So I'm wondering what my options are for rescheduling and or just moving around the date that I need to show up for that second shot.
Yeah. Well, good for you for doing your civic duty. Yeah, it's that happens with not infrequently that something comes up. You can contact our main number 247-3200 and ask for Ray Ezel, and Ray can help you reschedule. We can get to another time. It'll be fine.
Thank you. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and good evening. I have a question. What is the guidance now in terms of people who have had the COVID-19 and the vaccination? Is the guidance that people who have had it should still also be vaccinated? Thank you.
Yes, it is still recommended that if you've had COVID-19 that you do get vaccinated. And there's no waiting period required unless the person who had COVID-19 either received the monoclonal antibody or the convalescent plasma treatment. If they got either one of those, they need to wait 90 days after their recovery. But if they didn't have either of those treatments, then when people can get vaccinated right away.
Thank you. Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. So, John, what is the protocol with the vaccine? You said you had about 350 vaccines available. I know there was a couple that came over from Bozeman to get their shots here. So if you have extra vaccine in Yellowstone County, you still have to stay within those parameters. Are we still at 1B plus or something like that?
Yes, we are at 1B plus, which means anyone who's 1A, 1B, or 1B plus is eligible. For some reason, there was a story that got out, apparently in Gallatin County, that we have lots of extra vaccine, and we're getting lots of people trying to get back from Gallatin County trying to come here. Each county is given a vaccine allocation based on population. So
Right.
we are really encouraging people to stay within their own county to get vaccinated. There are certain exceptions. So let me just give you one example. And this came up from some of our physician colleagues. You know, the Moderna vaccine, you have to be 18 to get that, and you can be 16 for Pfizer. Many of the smaller communities across the state, because they don't have storage capacity for that Pfizer vaccine, are only getting Moderna. So if there was a situation of, say, a person who was 16 or 17 who had significant disease and needed to be vaccinated, we would be happy to vaccinate them here because we could use the Pfizer product. There are some people who get all of their health care here, and for reasons that between them and their physician, it makes more sense to get here. So there are certainly a few exceptions, but the expectation is that people primarily get vaccinated in their home county.
So follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So if you only want one specific kind of vaccine, whether it's the Pfizer, the Moderna, or the Johnson & Johnson, do you get to choose what you want?
If that choice is available. So right now we're doing Pfizer out at our first dose vaccination out at the Metro Park, and the Moderna is going elsewhere. So if there's both types there, then people can be given a choice. But a lot of times that's not the case. They go to different places because of storage capacity and things like that.
So how do you find out?
When you so right now, if you go to our Metro clinic, right now that only has Pfizer. The pharmacies largely have Moderna, I believe. And as I said, we're trying to use the Johnson & Johnson for those more difficult to reach populations where getting a second dose is more challenging.
Thank you.
Hey, John, is there discussion about when we might see a complete lifting of the age and other restrictions? I I think Mississippi did that yesterday. Alaska did that previously. Do you care to hazard a guess?
Well, you know, the president came out and said he wanted vaccine available for any adult who wanted the vaccine as of May 1st. Right now, we're following the governor's guidance, and so I would expect that certainly by the time we get to May 1st, I would think we would have that availability. But again, right now it depends on the governor, and so hopefully we can get there quicker. Quite frankly, it's a lot easier if there isn't so many slicing and dicing of people. We need to get those vulnerable populations served as quickly as we can, but it becomes a challenge when there's people try to fit into a particular category.
Thank you. Any final questions for John? Councilmember Tricky.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Felton, do we have any idea when the trials for younger people, 16 and 18 and younger, are going to be done roughly?
Some of those trials have begun in the very early stages, so they are underway. But it takes several months to actually get through the trial period. So I would think that, you know, by summer we're probably going to have vaccine availability if those trials go well.
Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. John, are you able to address this? I was watching the school board meeting not long ago on Facebook. I went back and watched it, and I saw in the comments, I was really surprised by how many people in Billings, how many parents have the understanding that minors, even under the age of 16, cannot or can't get COVID. A number of parents were stating that science has shown that younger people cannot get COVID-19. And I was really surprised to read that, because my understanding is that younger people can get COVID-19.
Yes, they absolutely can. There's no doubt about that. Younger people tend to have more mild disease, and a higher proportion of those cases are asymptomatic. But it is beyond question that people of any age can be infected with COVID-19. I happen to know personally of a 4-year-old.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Purington, and we'll try to wrap up.
Just anecdotally, my 2-month-old grandson got COVID. He was tested and he tested positive. And he was fine.
And I think that's just, I'll editorialize just very briefly, Mayor. That's one of the real challenges of social media is, you know, once something gets written, it gets believed, and it's really hard to overcome some of the belief systems that come through that. But there's absolutely no doubt that very young children can be infected with COVID-19.
Very good. Thank you, John. Again, we appreciate your efforts.
Thank you all.
We do have public comment on this item. So if you've been listening, the phone number you should call immediately is 237-6196, 237-6196. This is the public comment period for the COVID-19 update that we just had. Only on that item. All other items on our agenda, there will be an opportunity for public comment after each one of those by calling that same phone number, 237-6196. I'll caution you, please turn off or mute your screen, either your computer or your television, because our meeting is ahead of what you're hearing. There's a slight delay. And so it's important that you turn those things off. Please keep your comments to less than 3 minutes and tell us your name and your address up front. Denise or Tony? Tony is our clerk tonight. Do we have anyone who's called 237-6196?
I have not received any calls.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll close the public comment period on item number 1 and move to item number 2, our legislative update. Our presenters here are Greg Dorrington and Amy Grimales from the Crowley Fleck firm. Chris Kukulski, would you like to introduce our speakers or anything else?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Cole and Council. It's been a pleasure to work with Greg and Amy again this session. I think this is the second session that they've worked with the city of Billings, and then they work between sessions as well. So, and though it is not a regular occurrence that they're at our meetings, we are in conversation with them several times a week. And then we have a scheduled meeting each Monday afternoon at 1 where we talk specifically about the hearings that are coming up for the week. And sometimes we need to do that on Sundays or over the weekends when the hearings are on Monday. So these guys are working tirelessly for us. It's much appreciated. Some great success due to their groundwork around House Bill 578. That is the bill around of which the notification of moving inmates out of the jail has taken place. And that's not by accident. That's really their relationships and conversations with people in the halls there in Helena. So with that, I just want to thank them for the work, turn it over to them to give a brief mid-session update. And then it's our plan with just 30 days left in the session to see them at each of the next few work sessions until the session ends. So I'm not sure, Greg, if it's you or Amy, go ahead and take it away.
Perfect. I think Amy's going to kick us off, and then I will back clean up.
And I'm sorry, Amy, would you like me to pull up that mid-session report or not? You tell me when and I'll pull it up.
I think I'll let you pull it up for when Greg speaks.
Okay.
I think that makes the most sense. Well, it's great to see all of you on video. Zoom, our kind of our new reality of seeing one another. I can't believe it's been a year myself. And so I just want to kick it off by saying thanks for all of your interaction with us for the first half of the game. The legislatures reached their midpoint. As you all know, the legislature meets for 90 days under the Constitution every other year, and they had their 45-day midpoint, which they call transmittal. And so this is a really good time for us to kind of check in and litmus test what's been happening and how are things are going. So I'm going to kick it off with a quick overview, and at any time, feel free to interrupt me, Mr. Mayor and council folks, and happy to answer any questions. I kind of like the interactive dialogue myself. So the legislature has reopened, as you know, in person. You can still do hybrid Zoom testimony. You have to register by noon the day before. Greg Dorrington has become an expert on getting a lot of folks here on the Zoom to testify. So I want to thank all of you who have done that. It's been really helpful. I think it's great for them to hear from folks that are directly impacted by bills in front of them. The only negative part I would say is that they don't actually see you. So right here, you see me, you know, they don't see you on Zoom. So when you testify remotely, it looks like a blank screen. They did that for, well, you can imagine. They did that for a couple of reasons. And so that's been the only, I think, hiccup that folks think that sometimes they're being seen, and we're much better when we're visually looking at one another. And so that's just something to share with the council, that when you do testify remotely, that's the case. So I would say overall, the legislature is unlike any other I've seen in 20 years, and probably unlike any other in the history of Montana. They will address House Bill 2, the state budget, on March 22nd, which is next week. We expect that will happen in one day. Part of that is that there is a lot of money coming to the states, $1.9 trillion to be exact. And so what are we going to do with that money?
Hey, Amy, just to lest everybody start spending like drunken soldiers, you said trillion, 1.9 trillion to the country, but not to poor old Montana.
Oh, well, I wouldn't call us poor old Montana, but you're right. It's to the entire country, Mayor Cole. I misspoke. So we are going to still get quite a bit of money. And so the question is, what will we do with the money? There is a kind of a rumor, and Helena's full of those, but that they may or may not take a break. So they may leave mid-April to the end of April, save some legislative days, and come back. They could do this two ways. The first is adjourning, which means they're not over. The Latin phrase sine die. They haven't actually struck the gavel, left town for good. And so they've saved those days, and then they can just come back at a later date, right? The second way is they actually sine die. That means they're over, and then the governor could call them back for a special session. There are a couple bills right now that are percolating through and trying to put some framework around how they would spend that money on infrastructure. There have been a lot of pushes to the states that they spend it on one-time expenditures, not create ongoing programs. which I think makes a lot of sense. And so that's the big issue, right? Will they really actually adjourn, sine die, or what will they do with the money? And so there's also a bill up this week dealing with marijuana that is going to take a couple of days to get through conversations and hearings. That also has a pretty big fiscal impact, as well as other impacts. So those are big things on the horizon: the budget, House Bill 2, the recreational marijuana framework and tax and all of that, and then all of this money coming into the states. So those are the big things ahead of us, I would say. There have been a lot of things that have been in the press, and I'm sure you all don't need me to remind you what those are. But there have been a lot of things passing, but big majorities too, that are not very controversial, and those have been moving along. And one of those that I was super excited Chris started off with is House Bill 578. So as you know, our top priority when we all met over the interim with our legislators was to build up a consensus of what are some big issues we could work on together. And I'm grateful to the entire Billings delegation for unanimously supporting, along with all of the House of Representatives, our bill, House Bill 578. Representative Terry Moore is the individual who carried it, but I really would say it's a big team effort. Representative Bill Mercer was a huge help on all that, as well as the chair of House Judiciary, Representative Barry Usher, and the vice chair, Representative Kathy Kelker. They all really helped us shepherd that through. So as you recall, it's not a carrot and a stick. I kept getting questions from people, as did Greg, about, well, why aren't you putting some other things in this bill that are more carrot and stick? And our answer was, we really want to give the Department of Corrections a little bit of time here to figure out if they can fix this problem, but it has been a problem for a very, very long time. And so we put in statute, as you all know from looking at that bill, that within 5 days after the individual who has been in our system has been adjudicated, so that means they've either plea bargained or they've been sentenced, that Department of Corrections has to move them. And if they haven't moved them, they have to tell the judge why. So that's our bill in a nutshell. And I just want to say thanks to everybody for helping us get that done through the first house. It's never over until it gets signed by the governor. So we still have to go through Senate Judiciary. It has not had a hearing date scheduled yet, but I expect that to happen in the next week. So those are the two things I wanted to be judicious of your time. And Greg Dorrington is going to go through the other bill list and highlight those bills. But are there any questions in general about the legislative session to date, or about that bill in particular? I'd be happy to answer it.
Any questions before we hear from Greg? And you can come back to Amy too. Don't see anybody jumping up and down. So Greg.
All right, Mayor Cole, thank you, and good evening, everyone. Thanks for having us here. Looks like Chris is bringing up the mid-session report. And I lost my screen here. Give me 1 second. Okay. So before you've got your mid-session report, this is just a summary of the bills that we are tracking for the city. There's a total of about 97 bills that we're watching and have been watching throughout the session. And just to give you kind of a breakdown of the numbers really quickly, we are supporting roughly 12 bills. That's not very many just in the general scheme of things, because there hasn't been all that much to support lately. Of those 12, 1 bill has been signed into law already, 7 are still alive, and 4 are dead. And the bills that are alive, you can see just on this chart. The bills that are in white, those are still alive, those are still active and working their way through the process. The yellow ones are dead, and the green ones have become law. We've opposed a total of 25 bills. 1 of those has been signed into law, 11 are still active, and 13 are dead. And then we're monitoring another 60 bills. So lots happening. As Administrator Kukulski mentioned, we do meet very often. We meet at least once a week to go over positions on bills, who should be testifying on these bills, new bills that come up. So we're in constant communication on those. And if there's been one silver lining of COVID, it's been the ability to attend some of these hearings by Zoom. And we've really had some great participation from city representatives. We've had Administrator Kukulski, we've had Mayor Cole, we've had Deputy Mayor Yakowicz, we've had Councilmember Shaw, Councilmember Boyette. I think there's a number of others and various deputy or department heads, excuse me. So some really good effort from city representatives to make themselves available and to participate and share their expertise with the legislature. So kudos to all of you for doing that. Rather than go by kind of bill by bill through this report, I think it might be better just to leave it open to questions, but I'll talk about some kind of higher level trends that we're seeing halfway through the session. Number one, we're seeing a ton of COVID related bills, everything from liability protections to virtual public meetings to requirements or limitations on emergency powers from the governor and changes to our public health department. There's been really an unusually high number of land use zoning related bills this session, many of which attempt to change state law based on one event that happened in one community one time. And so they're very targeted bills, but it ends up being kind of scattershot changes to our land use code and zoning requirements that really isn't very well thought out, globally speaking. And so we've managed to table a lot of those bills with the help of our partners like the League of Cities and Towns, MACO, and other municipalities. And there is going to be an effort moving forward to have those entities and stakeholders get together over the interim and really think through what are some of the changes that are going to be needed going forward. And so we've been able to kind of deflect a lot of those and limit their impact to the city of Billings. But just an unusually high number of those bills. And unfortunately, a lot of bills focused on limiting local control. Which frankly was surprising with the Republican-dominated legislature, but we are seeing lots and lots of bills limiting the scope and jurisdiction of our local governments, especially in context, again, of land use related bills, regulation of firearms, a variety of things of that nature. So we are trying to kind of deflect and kill those efforts that would limit local control. We want to preserve that as much as possible, and we're working again with our partners on that. If there's any specific questions or bills that anyone would like me to talk about or highlight, I'm happy to do that. We've got a long list here, and I think everyone's had an opportunity to look over that in advance of this meeting. So I'll kind of leave that open to questions. And then I just wanted to follow up, looking forward sort of the second half of the session and follow up and fill some gaps related to the budget, the COVID funds, and then the recreational marijuana initiative, because I know the council is interested in how that's moving forward. So let me just kind of start with the budget. As Amy mentioned, House Bill 2 is moving forward. And at the same time, legislators are going to start work on a bill known as HB 632, which is going to be the vehicle for addressing and then ultimately distributing the COVID relief funds. What we're hearing is between 2.2 and 3 billion with a B dollars will be directed to Montana. And it's going to come in a variety of revenue streams. From the federal bill, which is the American Rescue Plan, you've got Section 603 and 602. Those are kind of the key bill sections for our purposes. The Section 602 funds are going to go directly to the state, and that's going to amount to roughly $910 million. And then the Section 603 funds are going to go toward local governments, and that's in the amount of $340 million. And of that $340 million, some of that money is going to filter through the state to the local governments, and some's going to be paid direct. Approximately 82 million will go to the state and then filter to the local governments. And then 258 million will go direct, and that'll be direct to counties and municipalities over 50,000 in population. And so what can the monies be used for? There's kind of 4 general purposes that were outlined in the bills. Number 1, public health emergency response. There's revenue replacement issues so that you can continue government services, water, sewer, broadband, and then addressing the negative economic impacts to households and small businesses, nonprofits, and industries. So those are kind of the 4 general purposes that it can be used for, and obviously a number of purposes, sub-purposes beneath that. What can't it be used for? Number 1, it can't be used to offset a reduction in net tax revenue, resulting, say, from like a change of regulation or delayed regulation or tax treatment. So you can't use it for tax revenue replacement. And then you can't deposit it into a pension fund. So this bill is going to follow a kind of mini HB2 budget process on a very abbreviated time frame. We're going to keep an eye on that process just to make sure that there aren't any issues with, say, entitlement share as it relates to kind of between this bill and HB2. So we're just going to keep a keen eye on that moving forward. And then the other big issue towards the second half of the session is going to be implementation of the recreational marijuana initiative, which Amy touched on already. I'll kind of dive into it a little bit more just because I know that's something that this council is going to have to grapple with, how to respond to the initiative and ultimately what that looks like. So just to remind everyone, last November, Montana approved Constitutional Initiative 118 and Initiative 190, which together legalized the sale and possession of marijuana to adults, those over 21 years of age. And so under I-190, local governments have the authority to regulate the sale within their jurisdiction. So you can prohibit dispensaries, you can regulate dispensaries. If you prohibit them completely, you're going to have to go through a vote process or election process in order to make that happen. But individual local governments have the ability to regulate recreational marijuana within their jurisdiction. I-190, it levies a 20% tax on the sale of recreational marijuana, and then it prescribes how that revenue would be distributed. But there's a little hiccup there. Voter initiatives are not supposed to appropriate funds. In fact, they are legally prohibited from appropriating funds. Only the legislature can do that. And so there's litigation pending about that issue right now. And the legislature is basically saying, look, we're going to take these provisions that in I-190 that are distributing the funds, we're going to take those as suggestions. And we're going to try and honor the will of the people in terms of how that money is ultimately going to be distributed. We'll see how that pans out, frankly, but that's basically what it is moving forward. We've seen at least under I-190, about 10% of the funds would be deposited into an account that would ultimately be filtered down to local governments. Representing the locality of where the recreational marijuana sale occurred. So that's 10% of the total tax revenue potentially going to local governments. And the whole idea, the purpose behind that is to fund those municipalities or localities and offset costs associated with marijuana regulations. So that's kind of the idea behind that. We've heard revenue estimates of anywhere from $40 to $50 million once the market matures, roughly 2025. So it's a decent chunk of change on the table there. In terms of what's happening currently at the legislature, there were over 53 bill drafts submitted addressing recreational marijuana. Only my last count was maybe 9 were introduced. and a number of those have already died. I can walk through some of those that have died and that are still alive. Happy to do that. But really, these bills kind of nibble around the edges of the big issue, which is how is this thing going to get implemented? And that's the bill that I think Amy was alluding to that is coming out. If it hasn't come out yet, it's coming out very soon. It's going to be carried by Representative Mike Hopkins out of Missoula. And this is going to be the bill which actually implements the recreational marijuana program. And then ultimately, we expect there will be either a companion bill or through that bill, a more specified process in terms of how the tax revenues distributed and whether or not that falls, in concert with the I-190, excuse me, outline or suggestions or not. That just kind of remains to be seen. So something that we're going to be following for the city of Billings moving forward. So those are kind of the big issues. Happy to sit back and take questions from the group as needed.
Thank you, Greg. Very thorough and lots to chew on there. Councilmember Neese, you've got the first bite.
Thank you. Greg, just run us some of the numbers you said on the on the recreational marijuana. 20% tax, 10% goes to local, so 2% of the local government at 50 million. Did I do the math correctly? That's only $1 million for the whole. Is that 50 million for the whole state?
That is what the projection that I've seen is between 40 to 50 million total in tax revenue.
If we assume the maximum, 2% of that is going to be about $1 million for the whole state in offsetting the costs. It doesn't sound right.
Oops, sorry, but Councilmember Neese, I think if it's 50 million, 10% of 50 million would be what, 5 million?
Oh, okay. So you're saying half of the 20% then?
No, excuse me. It's a 20% tax on the sale. Okay. And it's expected that 20% tax would generate approximately 40 to 50 million in tax revenue to the state. Got it. And then what they do is they break that out by percentages, with about 10 going to the 10.5 to the general fund. There's a bunch that would go towards conservation programs, and then 10% to local jurisdictions.
Okay.
And
right. So just to kind of fill in the math there, if you started with $50 million and 10% went to localities, that would be roughly 5 million. And if we got it in proportion to our population, of course, we don't know that, it'd be roughly 15% times that 5 million, so about $750,000. Very, very rough.
And Mayor, a quick follow-up on that, because I guess that was the point, is I didn't think it was that much for our city to offset some of the administrative costs. But thank you.
And just to clarify, that's if the legislature follows what was drafted in the initiative, and they do not have to. And I would be very surprised if they follow the exact letter of the initiative. That's my commentary, by the way.
Yes, thank you. Follow-up, Councilmember Neese.
Different question on the economic impact, I think, what the rescue plan money that's coming. Any indication of when? I mean, I know it's only in its infancy now. Are they talking about trying to get this done in time? Because we got budget talks coming up pretty soon for next year. You think we'll have any indication prior to budget as far as what's going to be coming our way as the city?
Right. Go ahead, Amy.
Okay. Well, I mean, I was looking for my crystal ball, but you know, I guess I would just have to say that Idaho's legislature took a 6-week break. I wouldn't be surprised if ours takes a break, or if they don't get it to a real specificity. I just think it's too hard to do that. We don't know what some of the rules are. And I read yesterday that the Biden administration was hoping to get those rules out by May or June. So, you know, I don't think it will happen really quickly. I don't know, maybe Greg knows something I don't.
That's okay. That gives me a good idea. I understand. Probably not to plan it for the next budget season, but thank you.
I mean, I don't know if you can amend your budget, mayor and council, but I mean, that might be something that you would think about putting in your budget, is that you have, give yourself a little wiggle room, right? I mean, that's what I would use, some really vague language.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. I just had a question. I've been kind of watching that, the House Bill 578. It just doesn't seem to go far enough, because all they have to do is say, well, we don't have room, because that's what they've been saying. Is there more to this bill than what is on the surface?
So you are not alone with that question. Let me just tell you. I think though that that's why we got 100 to 0 in the House. If we had put in that the state has to pay us what it actually costs to house these folks, we would have lost a whole lot of people, and we probably would have had some opposition from the administration, quite frankly. That was part of the reason we didn't do that. The other thing is, if we had put another stick out there that said, every one of these folks has to go in front of a judge for a show cause hearing, which is where they have to come and say to the judge why they didn't pick up the prisoner, then we'd have the judges opposing us, because they don't have time to do all that, and the county attorney. So you're absolutely right. It could go much further. It's kind of like dipping your foot in the water instead of jumping in the water, right? And so we view it as the first step, and it is a little bit like we're kind of warning folks that they know this is a problem. We're putting it in statute, that the behavior that should have been happening all along, quite frankly, right? And so, you know, our hope is that we will have corrections start moving these folks. There are other bills out there that have a bit more of a carrot and stick that Greg has highlighted in that report. But that's actually why we got 100%. So go ahead, Chris.
Chris.
I would just add, I think it gives us some data, some information that we can use in the future. So back when I wasn't running a self-funded health plan and Blue Cross was my provider, and the contract didn't require them to share any data with the city, we had no options to go out to bid and get competition. This is going to help us, I think, get some information for you all to use and us to use in the next session and between the next session with the administration and with the legislature as to just how big of a problem is this for Yellowstone County and each of the counties around Montana. So we fully acknowledge it doesn't have the stick. We originally talked about the carrot and the stick, but we found out very early we'd be dead on arrival. So this is the first of what I would anticipate is a multi-session set of steps to take to get where we really want to be. Thanks.
And Mayor, just to add on to that, I guess I would say that that's why we got so many other groups to support us. So we had MACO and the League of Cities and Towns, and we had the sheriffs and peace officers, and that's really how we gathered all that support. And I think we're stronger, as Mr. Kukulski said, going forward with that.
Thank you. Other questions for Greg or Amy? I guess I might pose one for either of you. Our open meeting laws require that the public have the ability to observe their elected officials, and hopefully they're observing now. We've always interpreted that in the past to require that public officials not be able to attend these meetings electronically. There's an Attorney General opinion that when we hit COVID-19, that was okay, and that's why we're meeting this way. Greg, you mentioned something kind of in passing in your remarks. Is there anything in any of the bills that you know of that after COVID, after the state of emergency is lifted, would permit attendance electronically at this meeting, for example, or other public meetings? Do you know?
Great question, Mayor Cole, and the answer is yes. The League of Cities and Towns is advancing a bill that does exactly that. It codifies the AG's instructions and guidance. And so that, I don't have the number in front of me. It's still in draft, so it hasn't come out and been introduced yet, but that should be coming relatively soon. I would say it should pop this week.
Great, thank you. I think that's something we'll be interested in. At least I know I will be. Other council, other questions? I'm not seeing any, so we'll open it up for public comment. Greg, Amy, don't go away quite yet. And we'll see if there's any public comment, and council, if you've, while we wait for phone calls, feel free to pose another question. If you're listening out there and you want to comment, please, or pose a question. The phone number is 237-6196. That number again, 237-6196. Please keep your comments to less than 3 minutes. Tell us your name and address up front. And please mute or turn off your screen, your television or your computer, because our meeting is a little bit ahead, and it's very confusing if you're hearing something out of the phone that's different from what you're hearing coming across the screen. The number again, 237-6196. Tony, do we have anybody who's called 237-6196?
I have not received any calls.
Okay, thank you. Please feel free to interrupt me in the next few seconds if somebody calls in. Anything final, Councilmember Yakovich and Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Honored Council. I only spoke twice via Zoom, but I want to thank Greg and Amy for doing a good job helping me do what I could do. So I really appreciate your professionalism and support that I could support the city. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I was just going to ask, what is the general direction of the bills that have really gone into how ballots are when late registration can take place? Some when ballots can be mailed in, some of those things that are around ballot issues, how ballots are put, or what the timing is for those ballots. How is that going? What direction is that going? That's sort of that really impacts us, because we have been going out we've been out for a public safety mill levy, and so that impacts us as a city in terms of what we do with ballots. So how is that? What's the direction going there? Thank you.
Amy, do you have thoughts on that one?
I thought I'd let you take that, Greg.
No, I'm happy to jump in, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Joy. We haven't been tracking those ones super closely on behalf of the city. We would be happy to take a deeper dive into those, to be honest, but they haven't risen really high up our priority ladder yet, but we would be happy to push those up if you'd like. And then we can report back at maybe our next meeting. I think we'll be back in 2 weeks. Would that be acceptable? Okay.
Okay, great. Yeah, I was just going to say, I can tell you there have been a lot of bills on that topic. And sometimes I'm really grateful that I don't cover all of the bills. So I read the titles and then I kind of skim them. And if it's something we have to pay attention to, we deep dive into it. But it's a really pertinent topic. So thank you for raising it, and we will follow up with you in 2 weeks. It'll also give you a bit of an analysis of what's alive, because by then the fiscal deadline will have passed. And so if those bills have a fiscal note, which most of them do, then that deadline will have passed. That's actually the 60th day. And so we can give you that update with a little more clarity. And that's not punting, but a little bit, actually. So
That's allowed. Okay, final comment, Councilmember Trickey, and then we'll move on to item number 3, Trust for Public Lands. Councilmember Trickey.
Yeah. Do you have a quick status on the bills that we're trying to increase concealed carry to be into places like city council meetings and stuff like that?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Sharkey. It is up actually for hearing, I believe, tomorrow. That's House Bill 436, and we will be coming in opposed to that bill as it obviously has public safety concerns, but also has a strong local control component to it that we take issue with. So we will be coming in opposed. It has, and I can bring up the vote counts, but it has been moving fairly swiftly through. It passed, well, it was mostly along party line votes coming out of the House. So we'll see how things go in the Senate, but we've been working with other stakeholders to make sure that we have a strong showing in opposition at that hearing tomorrow.
Thank you.
And Greg, it's not too early to ask the council. I always feel like you should have an ask. So we're asking you that if that issue is near and dear to your heart, that you reach out to the Billings area delegation, the senators, not the House members. It's already passed the House. So reach out to the senators. It is a very different body than the House. And so if it's going to have the ability to maybe die, it would be on the Senate floor. So I don't think it's too early. Is that fair, Greg?
I think that's fair, yeah.
Okay, Tony, I assume no one called in during that time period for the public comment period. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, we'll close the public comment period on item number 2, legislative update, and move on. I just want to make sure I'm not cutting anybody off, am I? No.
Thank you,
Okay.
Amy. Thank you, Greg.
Greg, Amy, thank you very much.
Thank you all. Good night.
Appreciate your hard work. Hope you can get a good night's sleep tonight. Okay, that brings us then to item number 3, our Trust for Public Lands presentation. A lot of work has been done here and very interesting. I'm going to turn it to our Parks Director, Mike Whitaker. Assume Chris Kukulski, you don't have anything in the way of an introduction here, do you? Before I turn it to Mike, or maybe you do.
Extraordinarily brief. My work with David in the past, these guys really do a good job providing us with some really critical information. And just to update the council, though it at times seems challenging, in my opinion, we got to work on both safety and improving ways for kids to stay out of trouble and families to do productive, healthy things. They really go hand in hand, though some don't see it quite as obvious. I think through COVID, maybe more and more see how interlinked they are. So Mike Whitaker, I'll turn it over to you and look forward to this discussion over the next couple of hours and how we prioritize these investments. So Michael.
Thank you, Chris. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'd like to start off by introducing David Weinstein, the Trust for Public Land Western Conservation Finance Director. Will present the results of the Billings Conservation Finance Feasibility Study, and he will introduce his team members.
Great. Thank you, Michael, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for having us back. Again, I'm David Weinstein, and my colleague Wendy Muzzy is in Seattle. I'm one of those Gallatin County residents that I assure you has not strayed over to Yellowstone looking for COVID vaccines. But thanks again for your time. We have finished our feasibility report, and it's been an absolute pleasure working with both Michael and Tom and Chris throughout the process, and the Parks Board and a number of stakeholders. So we're going to do a brief overview of our feasibility research and then hand it over to the Billings and subject area experts. So if you don't mind, I'll share my screen and we'll walk through, oops, this PowerPoint. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
And I apologize for the Northwest Montana picture at the top. So just as a reminder, the Trust for Public Land is a national nonprofit conservation organization that works to create parks and protect land for people to ensure healthy, livable communities for generations to come. And what Wendy and I are here to talk to you about is our conservation finance program and the work that we've done for Billings, which is essentially to look for new sources of public funding for parks, trails, and conservation. We were actually quite involved in the recreational marijuana initiatives as well, so it was interesting to hear that update. But the reason that we're here to talk to you tonight is about options that you have in Billings for the future of your parks and trails systems. And with that, Wendy, I don't know if you want to introduce yourself at all, but I'm going to hand it over to Wendy Muzzy again, our lead researcher for the conservation finance team.
Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for having me here. Yes, I'm the feasibility research director and work with the conservation finance program. I work out of the Seattle office or out of my home office for now, but ordinarily in Seattle. And so I just thought I'd start by telling you the purpose of this research. We do this research for communities of the country, at the local level and sometimes at the state level. And it's by and large not original research, but rather kind of pulling together all the bits and pieces that you might want when working with a community, a coalition, to examine the finance options. And we're by and large always looking at public financing options, and then how they get implemented. So the key pieces are what's available for the purposes that you want, who pays and how much, and how it gets implemented. And some of that, as David will talk about later, also may feed into a public opinion survey. So once you have vetted the options, then we can look at how the community or how the voters might feel about that, particularly for anything that does need to go to a vote for implementation. So for Billings, we primarily looked at 3 options. First being the property tax. The city could seek voter approval for a mill levy to support parks and recreation needs. This is a flexible funding source that is capable of generating a significant amount of revenue at a relatively low cost per household, price point. For example, in the chart here, you see a 10 mill levy would generate approximately $2 million a year at a cost of about $28 to the average homeowner in the city. Some considerations with this mechanism are that the tax burden in Billings is relatively low compared to peer communities. I understand the chart that I clipped, the second chart there is a bit out of date. I think it's a year out of date, so things may have changed a little bit, but I think hopefully roughly about the same in terms of the comparison. With that said, the city voters just recently approved a 60 mil levy for public safety. So we would want to understand if there is, appetite and tolerance for another levy on the heels of this one. A couple of other communities in Montana have used a voted levy to support parks and open space conservation, including Gallatin County and the city of Missoula. So next slide. General obligation bonds. The city could seek voter approval to issue debt. Bonds could be used to support capital needs for parks and trails, like acquisition, improvements, and facilities. Cannot be used for maintenance and operations purposes. A $15 million bond, for example, would require about $1 million a year in debt service and cost the average homeowner about $14 a year over the life of the bond. And we used a 20-year bond and kind of estimate of 3% interest rate. If you change those variables, the factors will change. Bonding is the most widely used mechanism to support parks and land conservation by local governments in Montana. Bonds have been used by Bozeman, Great Falls, and Hamilton, as well as several of the counties. Then the next slide is a revenue bond, which, similar debt mechanism, but backed by a dedicated revenue stream. And so in this one, we're estimating that you might use the assessments, that the park district assessments rather, and you could, 2 ways, kind of doing that, committing current revenue streams from the existing assessment, or potentially to raise the assessment. And in this one, an example, a $7 million bond would require revenue of about $500,000 a year, assuming a 20-year maturity. And my understanding is that a $500,000 assessment, did I say million before? A $500,000 assessment, I didn't know 500 million here, would cost the average homeowner about $7 a year. The primary consideration probably for this option is that there was a very recent increase to the assessment this past fall. So we'd want to understand how people are feeling about a further use of that particular mechanism, or an increase in that if that were the case. And I think that is it for the 3 mechanisms. So I'll turn it back over to David.
Thanks, Wendy. And again, we'll get the full report distributed, Mayor, to you and Council. We just wanted to go over the highlights of the actual figures. And what we've learned in doing this work for almost 25 years now is there's really not a lot of silver bullets out there, especially in a state like ours that's limited in our tax revenue options. So, you know, countrywide, we see property tax, sales tax, and bonding on either as kind of the triumvirate of options. And that, you know, obviously without a sales tax, it's limited to a couple here in Montana. And I know you've seen this slide before and the next one, but just as a reminder, those things that we look at for passing conservation finance measures of any stripe, and that is elected leadership, either leadership or neutrality, given the bully pulpit that this council has and that you have, Mayor, that demonstrable need and or risk that's very clearly and effectively communicated to your constituency. And then what we've already seen, which is tremendous community support and some true parks and trails advocates within the community. And then I always like to throw in terrific ballot language because we, as we'll talk about in this next slide, is just essential. But so just to recontextualize where we are, we've finished the feasibility research. You know, we're looking forward to hearing from Michael and Tom next about specificity there in Billings. And as Wendy said earlier, once your options are vetted and you've got a pretty good understanding of how much money you need to raise and on what you want to spend it, and have narrowed your financing mechanisms down, we do recommend a public opinion survey to be conducted within the community. This has a lot to do with timing. Whether or not you're going to be moving forward in 2021 or 2022 will dictate when that occurs. As we have indicated to Michael and Tom and Chris, we can bring, the Trust for Public Land can bring some funding to the table to help offset costs, but we tend not to pay for the full survey. And based on the results from that survey, you know, we would work with, you know, your staff on creating the package and creating really good ballot language. Again, we always harp on ballot language because we know it's the one thing that will be communicated to voters no matter how well run or how poorly run the campaign is. So you want to make sure you've got really, really solid language. And then we can also help the community with the campaign if we are still wanted at that point. So that's it for us. And there are our emails, and we would encourage all of you to email us if you've got any questions at all. And of course, this evening are happy to answer anything that might be on your mind.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Wendy, for your efforts, not just on this, but all around the state, and the track record, which the report establishes is a very impressive one. So thank you very much. We'll open up for questions. Just a reminder to council that this is part one of really a two-part discussion. We'll open up more broadly for park funding options with our next item, and also hear from Mike Whitaker more specifically, and Tom Rupsis, the head of our Parks Board. So don't feel like you've got to ask every question now. I assume David and Wendy, you'll be able to stick around. And if the questions veer back to your topic, your expertise, hopefully we can count on you to answer questions at that time period also. I'll just get us started. David or Wendy, can you tell us a little bit about the likely cost of additional survey work that might be needed in this case, just ballpark? And then also, from what you've seen, cost of running an effective election campaign for an effort like this.
Sure. A typical survey will cost between $28,000 and $35,000 to get a really robust, statistically valid sample. And again, we would be able to help offset that cost. And then the actual campaign costs is always a moving target. You know, we learned a lot in 2020 about the importance of digital, obviously, and you know, decreasing emphasis on field work. So I'm always a little reticent to try to guess, but you know, for a very robust campaign and the size of the town of Billings, you know, I'd be hopeful for upwards of $100,000 to hit every single faculty that you would want in a campaign. And you could probably come down from there depending on, you know, and a lot of that is determined by the polling too. If you're seeing 88% support for the mechanism that you're after, you know, obviously that type of cost will come down, as well as factors like other funding mechanisms that might be on the ballot, or organized or paid opposition. And that's why I'm always reticent, because there's so many different factors that come into play when talking about the cost of a campaign.
Thank you very much. Other questions for David or Wendy? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. David, I'm not sure how this relates, but you made a comment when you first introduced yourself that you were involved in, and I didn't know which part of the marijuana initiative you're talking about. But was that the recent one here, and was that because of the trail funding options that they had in the initiative? Is that kind of?
Yeah, it was. Sorry, Councilman. Sorry to interrupt you. Yes, we got the imprimatur from our board to campaign for the marijuana initiatives because of that 20% tax. And I was dying to jump in because I had all those numbers. I've had them in my head for the last 2 years because half of that 20% was going to go toward Habitat Montana, parks and trails, and non-game revenue pots. So that's why we were involved in that. In those initiatives.
Okay, I wondered how that related to this. So you're saying your work in that helped, your assistance to that campaign also helped kind of get that going along, crossing that 50% line, whereas your work here with something like this could also assist in that regards to kind of what you're saying. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Other questions? Any other questions before we move to public comment on this item? Let's open up for public comment, and council, feel free if you've got other questions while we wait for comments to come in. Members of the public, if you're listening, this is your opportunity to comment on our report from the Trust on Public Lands. That phone number, 237-6196. Call that immediately. Please keep your comments to less than 3 minutes. Tell us your name and address. And please turn off or mute your screen, because our meeting is ahead of what you're hearing, and it's very confusing if you're hearing one thing on the phone and another from your screen. The number again, 237-6196. Any other questions while we wait for public comment? Councilmember Purington.
Mr. Mayor, so David or Wendy, anyone probably could answer this one, but walk me through the revenue bond. The GEO bond goes away after the 20 years. And then you would have to vote again for another bond. But how does the revenue bond work for ongoing?
Yeah, it's similar. And thank you, Councilmember. Sorry, it's a similar mechanism. You can, bond for a certain number of years, and the advantage to that being that you can make those investments up front and pay it over a longer time period. The difference between the revenue bond and the GEO bond really is just that you've committed a certain revenue stream to pay that off. Whereas with the general obligation bond, you're committed to raising taxes if need be in order to pay the bond. The other differences, minor things, are that sometimes revenue bonds carry a slightly higher interest rate because of the limitations of the revenue stream. The underwriters require a bit more security on that. But other than that, it's really up to your bond counsel and finance team to determine the maturity, how long you want to bond for and how much.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Wendy, if I can ask a related question. Our Park District 1 assessment, general assessment on the whole city, does not have a fixed dollar amount. Every year, the council sets that assessment. It might be zero, theoretically. It's never that's never happened, but that's not much of a revenue bond if the government has the ability to turn that revenue to zero. So how do you bind yourself, the council here I'm speaking, in a way that satisfies those bond purchasers that you're committed to a certain minimum assessment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll be really honest, that's a bit outside my my purview. That really is something you'd want to talk with your bond counsel about to determine how you could do that. I can imagine that you might be able to do something by resolution, but ultimately the underwriters will know that there's risk involved if council decides not to incur the assessment, you may default on your bond. So they'll think about that when giving you the information about the costs to you.
Okay, thank you. Tony, do we have anyone who's called 237-6196 on this item?
We have not received any calls.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public comment period on this item. Before we go to the next item, Council, item number 4, do we have any other final questions for David or Wendy? Okay, and again, you can come back. They'll be here if you have questions, I think, on this next item. So with that, we'll deem item number 3 complete and move on to item number 4, park funding. Chris Kukulski, anything before we turn it over to Mike Whitaker?
Yeah, just brief. As the council's aware, last year's adopted priorities included the development of a park improvement program that was included in last year's proposed budget. It ultimately was cut from the budget, but that was a part of your adopted priorities. Growing off of that was, I think, the initiative from Councilmember Chiriky, who widened that discussion to say, let's have a conversation about park funding in total. So I don't want to steal too much from what Mike's got in his presentation, but he's going to cover for us both full buckets. So we're not just here tonight to talk about funding options for park development. Equally, or maybe even more important, is how do we fund park maintenance and operations? And I really want to applaud the city and the prior city council and prior administration. This city found itself in a very, very dire situation around 2010. And unlike some other communities in our neighborhood, most notably the one I last worked at in Bozeman, they first approved the park development bond. And then just here in 2021, approved the district to properly maintain all those parks. And in Billings, I think should be applauded that it first said, we got to maintain what we've got before we take on more stuff. So with that as kind of a foundation, I'm going to turn it over to Mike. It's not my expectation that we would answer the question tonight or that we would get clear direction from you. We want to choose this route over that route, but rather in a work session format, I hope you would walk away feeling much more informed about the options for funding. And as we get into the next budget, that this information will really be helpful in defining how do we want to go forward with maintaining our park system, as well as how do we want to develop our park system. So with that, Mike, let me turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chris. Mayor, Council, I'm going to start off by sharing my screen, then I'll go through the presentation. Can everyone see the screen?
Yes.
Fantastic. My presentation will be titled Proposed Funding for the Operations and Maintenance of Parks, including new park development. This presentation will cover parks operations and maintenance, funding options for operations and maintenance, park development, funding options for park development, and recommendations. Park operations and maintenance. The National Recreation and Park Association recognizes 3 maintenance levels. Level 1 is associated with sports fields where enhanced maintenance is necessary for the safety of participants. Level 2 is the most common industry standard for neighborhood and community parks. And level 3 consists of weekly mowing and trash service, annual aeration, and pesticide application. Fertilizer and pesticides would be applied 2 to 4 times a year under level 2. Level 3 applies more towards natural areas like Swords Park. Turf grass is mowed once or twice per season. The Billings Parks and Recreation Comp Plan determined that the Billings Community and Neighborhood Parks does not meet level 2 service standard. The Parks Division strives for level 2 maintenance in all community and neighborhood parks, although attaining this level is made challenging by the use placed on these parks. Community and neighborhood parks were never designed for the activity level being placed on them by sports teams. With all the practice and games being played on neighborhood and community parks, their maintenance level needs to be raised to level 1, or the parks will continue to decline and become less safe. Since the comprehensive master plan was completed in 2017, park amenities have increased with the addition of 4 restrooms, 4 playgrounds, 43 acres developed parkland, Yellowstone Kelly interpretive site, and additional trail segments. But parks have not received additional funding or staffing to care for these added amenities. The comp plan recommended that we increase spending and park maintenance staffing, establish a work order management system, and build 2 satellite maintenance facilities as a way to reduce travel time. Satellite maintenance facilities would minimize the amount of time employees spend driving, increasing productivity by the equivalent of adding 1 additional full-time employee. CityWorks software has been purchased and implementation is underway to better track staff time and expenses. Currently, the department has approximately $575,000 in unmet staffing needs according to the comp plan. This includes an arborist, 2 equipment operators, 6 seasonal park attendants, park supervisor, an asset coordinator, and a business manager. The city's urban force has grown to a point where 1 arborist can't maintain safety standards. As our parkland and trails inventory increases, we need 2 additional equipment operators and 6 seasonal park attendants to maintain current service levels. To ensure timely completion of capital projects, an additional park planner is needed. Our current park maintenance supervisor, our current park supervisor maintains staffing levels of 13 full-time and 50 seasonal positions, already exceeds the ability of a single park supervisor to provide adequate guidance and direction. In order to adequately track park assets and staff time, an asset coordinator will be necessary, and a business manager is also needed to manage our department's budgets and day-to-day operations. And I don't know what happened. Can you still see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, but I can't see it myself. This park operations and maintenance, Billings is currently spending $3,665 per acre, which is $2,530 less than the National Parks and Recreation Association best practice standard for park maintenance of $6,200 per acre. The proposed equipment operators and 6 seasonal park attendants will increase our current spending per acre by $222, decreasing the number of acres per full-time from 23.76 acres to 21.06 acres, which is still higher than the National Recreation and Park Association best practice standard of 1 full-time to 20 acres. Did that move to the next slide?
We're still on the one that shows $574,000, the park operations and maintenance.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all I was going to point out. So Mike, when it shut off on your screen, it's not forwarded since then. So Worst case, we'll have to just work through without slides, but we wanted you to know the slides aren't moving forward either.
Okay, let me stop sharing and reshare and see what happens.
Thank you, Mike. I think that's a good idea.
And Mike, this is David again. I've got your presentation. If you want me, I can share my screen and you can advance me through it.
Well,
I think
I've just got it.
Okay.
Can everyone see that now?
Yeah, we're seeing that. It's the $574,000 slide.
Fantastic.
There you go.
Well, Billings is currently spending $3,665 per acre, which is $2,534 less than the National Parks and Recreation Association best practice standard for park maintenance, and $6,200 per acre. The two proposed equipment operators and 6 seasonal park attendants will increase our current spending per acre by $222, decreasing the number of acres per FTE from 23.76 acres to 21.06 acres, which is still higher than the National Recreational Parks Association best practice standard 1 to 20 acres. The addition of more parkland and facilities, increasing usage of parks and trails, and the demand for sports field space are causing park maintenance levels to continue to decline. Funding options for park operations and maintenance. There are 6 major mechanisms for funding park operations and maintenance, which include general fund, special districts, a dedicated levy, user fees, general fund, special districts, a dedicated levy, user fees, park maintenance districts, and privatization. Billings parks are currently funded through general fund, a special district, user fees, and 36 park maintenance districts. This slide highlights the pros and cons of Park District 1 and a mill levy. Special districts do not have to be authorized through a citywide vote. Rates can be set by city council based upon needs. The district grows as the tax base grows, and a district can keep up with inflation and growth. A mill levy must be authorized through a citywide vote and will grow as the tax base grows. Park development. Completed projects that were identified in the community's 2017 Parks and Rec Comprehensive Plan include Ponderosa Park Playground Remodel, Primrose Park Playground Remodel, Castle Rock Park Master Plan, Colson Park Master Plan, Riverfront Park Road Repairs, North Park Irrigation System Replacement, and Optimus Park Playground Replacement and Parking Lot Construction. In addition to the completed projects, the Central Park Tennis Courts rebuild, Shelter Optimus Park, Phase 1 development of Centennial Park, Lillis Park Playground Remodel, Rose Park Playground Remodel, and Terry Park Playground Remodel are maintenance projects that are underway and were also identified in the Community 2017 Parks and Rec Comp Plan. Since 2013, over 8.2 million in projects have been completed or are in progress that were not included in the 2017 Parks and Rec Comp Plan. These projects became priorities due to outside influences, including grants and donation, fires, TIF district funding becoming available. Recommended park development projects include a multi-generational rec center, continue Castle Rock Park, Poly Vista Park, and Centennial Park master plan implementation, develop Cottonwood Park, park improvements adjacent to the West End Reservoir, South Pool replacement, and parkland acquisition. Also, trail projects. To highlight the top trail projects, Stagecoach Trail, Safe Routes to Schools, Canyon Creek Trail, and Downtown Corridor Connection Trail. We recommend to utilize the proposed Trust for Public Land survey that was identified earlier by the Trust for Public Lands to identify the community's top priorities and the community's willingness to support the development of their priorities. We think it's key that the communities involved with prioritizing park development projects. There are 7 major mechanisms for funding park development, which include TIF districts, general fund, Park District 1, cash in lieu, revenue bonds, general obligation bonds, and donations. This slide highlights the pros and cons of general obligation bonds and revenue bonds. GO bonds require voter approval, and they allow significant investment with inexpensive financing, but are not a good tool for maintenance because the levy goes away once the debt is paid off. Revenue bonds can be done quickly, but will have a higher interest rate that was pointed out before by the Trust for Public Land than a general obligation bond. Staff recommends the continued use of the general fund, park maintenance districts, and Park District 1 to fund park operations and maintenance in the interim until the general fund portion of the parks budget is transitioned into Park District 1. Using PD1 over a levy is preferred because of the flexibility to quickly raise or lower the annual assessment depending on the need. For example, when a park is developed, the PD1 assessment could be raised to cover the additional maintenance cost. Staff is also recommending that new park development be funded through a GO bond and a $250,000 matching grant program that would be funded through PD1 assessments. General obligation bonds would give the community control over the decision of how, when parks are developed. The $250,000 matching grant program will help to leverage partnerships, improving community support for PD1 as neighborhoods see the improvements. General obligation bonds require voter approval and allow significant investment with inexpensive financing. A new park, as new parks are developed, operating budgets will need to increase to cover additional operations and maintenance costs. That is the end of my presentation, and I'm open for questions. I'll stop sharing.
Okay, thanks, Mike. We'll open up questions for Michael. We'll then turn over to Tom Repsis, the head of our Parks Board, who will share sort of his perspective and the Parks Board perspective on what you've heard on some of these options. Questions for Mike, and we got about 20 minutes before we normally take a break, so hopefully we'll be able to get through some questions, and then we'll decide whether to move on to Tom. Councilmember Brown, Councilmember Purington.
Thanks, Mike. 2 questions, and I'll get out of your hair here. One is the $250,000 matching. Now that would be levied through PD1, not through private investments or anything like that, correct?
Councilmember Brown, we see that as a matching grant program that we would match dollar for dollar up to $250,000 if private groups would come to the city and would like to build a park amenity.
Okay, so those funds would be available to match private funds, is what you're saying?
That is correct. What's been discussed currently is 1-for-1, but we're at the very preliminary stages right now.
Okay, perfect, perfect. And then my other question is, now you were mentioning, and this is a recommendation, I'm taking that, but you had said that this works if all of the park costs are taken out of general fund and put into PD1. Does it not work unless that happens?
We're recommending that the current, or looks like Chris has his hand up.
I would just add that it can work either way. It really is not dependent on taking it out of the general fund. Part of the discussion that we've had with the community and with a number of you has been the importance to make it simple to understand how much you pay to contribute to the service you get. And so without a doubt, by getting it out of the general fund, that simplifies that, because then that would allow you to see, for instance, roughly today, $85 a year is what the typical resident is contributing towards the park system between the general fund, Park District 1, et cetera. So if you moved it out of the general fund, it'd be easier to find that and see that, but it's not dependent on moving it out of the general fund to necessarily fund the system.
Okay, and I do have one more, Mayor, if you
go ahead, please.
So the recommendation, as I understand it, then is do a GO bond to cover the actual construction of many of these projects, and then PD1 move everything into that for parks, and then increase that for the maintenance going forward, and increase additionally for the maintenance shortages that we have currently.
That is correct. And part of what we believe there, Councilmember Brown, is that puts the council squarely in control to properly maintain the assets it has, and it puts the public in control to decide if and when they want to invest millions of dollars into additional park amenities. It also, I don't think this is well, it is, I think it's a meaningful part. If an alternative to Park District 1 is the mill levy for funding operations. If that's the case, if we were fully dependent on that, when you do future bond issues for park expansion, I would say you're going to need to ask a second question each time, because you want to properly maintain those new assets if they're voted in. That's just one of the long-term benefits we think of, also the council being in control of maintenance and the public being in control of the 7-figure park development kind of projects. Thank you.
Well, personally, I think PD1 was designed just for that anyway. So that would just make good sense. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Councilor Purington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Mike, on one of your slides where it has the recommended park development, for facility development, you have south pool and bathhouse replacement. I'm not sure what that is. But then also for parkland acquisition for community parks. So community parks would be similar to what?
Councilmember Purington, a community park is similar to Castle Rock Park, Centennial Park, Pioneer Park. We currently, over the years, we've done a good job building neighborhood parks.
Right.
We really haven't done a sufficient job in building community parks. South Park pool and bathhouse replacement. I don't know if anyone knows this, but South Pool is the oldest pool in Montana. It was originally built in the 20s. It was rehabbed in the early 90s, but it's at the point where it's going to have to be replaced in the next 5-10 years.
Okay, so follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
And I think this would probably go to Dave and Chris. That was what I saw in reading over most of this, is a 2 ballot issue. That was one of the things that we had talked about with when we were looking at public safety. Some of us were willing at that point to go ahead and go into, you know, a park mill levy as well. So with this one, you would have, you would almost have more than one ballot issue, would you not?
Well, I think it depends on the route you choose. If you choose to get rid of or really limit your PD1 usage and replace it with a levy, then yes, you're going to need to have a vote on that. And then there's going to need to be a separate question on the ballot relative to the general obligation bonds to do the capital investments.
So in moving everything out of the general fund, cemetery recreational programs, those would also come out. Is that true?
So there's one of those components that wouldn't, and that's recreation. So one of the limits of Park District 1, as broadly as it was defined, it can squarely cover maintenance, cemetery, as well as all city lands, but recreation, it cannot. So I would encourage you, I think that's a critical part of the discussion as we go forward. But I would ask you to think about, as a corollary, public works. We don't have a tax for all public works things or a fee. You know what you're paying for wastewater, for water, for garbage. And I think recreation needs to be treated similarly. It shouldn't be mixed with recreation. We will need to have a discussion about how would you want to fund recreation outside, what other mechanism would you want to use, or continue to use a general fund?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. David, can I ask you a question? If you can comment on the relative benefits or the trade-off between specificity of projects with a voter measure versus flexibility over time. And what I mean by that is if you go out to the public and you say, hey, we want money to build this park and that park, period, end of story. Very easy concept for people to understand. They'll vote up or down on that. On the other hand, sometimes you just need, especially over several decades, flexibility, because you don't know exactly what your opportunities are going to be. For example, an open space bond, or bond to acquire open space, or a mill levy to acquire open space. You might have an environmentally sensitive piece of property come up for sale, and the landowner says, hey, I'm going to sell this, but you got 6 months. If you want, if the public wants to acquire it, I'm thinking critical land along our rim rocks, for example, or at the base of our rim rocks for trails. Once gone, it's gone forever. It's too late. You don't have time to go to the public in that sort of way. So can you just comment generally what you've seen, pros and cons of those two, and if you recommend one over the other?
Sure, Mayor Cole, it's a great question. And just like my answer with the campaign budgets, it's a difficult one to answer. So yes, I can speak to both sides of it. You know, for instance, up in Whitefish, we worked on a single project financing bit to protect, put down a conservation easement on Haskell Basin up there. And that was the big glittery ball in everybody's eyes, and it also protected their source of water. So it was a no-brainer. But we tend to try to build in and bake in flexibility when you can. If you're going to be talking about many years of funding mechanism, it's nice to have a lot of feasibility. Sorry, my dog's drinking water. So the poll is going to be pretty telling in this case, but what was just outlined by Councilmember Purrington and the conversation with Michael is pretty important, because that makes for a very complicated poll. If you're starting to talk about how many questions and when, capital versus O&M, that can get pretty confusing, in a layman's brain. And, the fact of the matter is most voters aren't really paying attention to anything until a couple weeks before an election. So we would want to be very clear with, I think, this body's priority list, the Parks Board's priority list, and then, as Michael said, try to test some of the projects, some of the parks, some of the trails in the public opinion survey to understand if something is popping overwhelmingly, because that might become a poster child, right, for a broader parks discussion. And again, if nothing's popping, then you do want to bake in as much flexibility as possible. So we can come up with numerous case studies if you'd like on both sides of that ledger.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to raise that issue. Other questions for Michael? Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad to see that the Parks Department is looking at the cost of when they bring new projects on. That was something that I insisted on in the Castle Rock master plan. So when we have the master plan, as we build and add things to it, we'll know what FTEs and things like that need to be really looked at when we're looking at going to bond that. But I agree with some of this, but there's a concern I have that something was introduced in one of the Parks Board's meeting that we see now in this presentation. It's the national average of cost per acre of $6,000. And I fear that that's going to become a target for our Parks Department. And we're at 23 or 32. I can't remember now what the number in the presentation was, but now if we have PD1 as an open checkbook, then the Parks Department could consistently target that $6,000 and eventually convince the council that this is what we need to do. And so I'm not real eager to maintain that in the PD1. We moved $1 million into PD1 to help the budgetary things and expecting it to come back this year at $2 million, probably plus 3%. Now it looks like this presentation is saying, no, let's not do that. And I don't disagree. And this is why I supported last year moving to a mill levy in the Parks Department, moving all the parks out of the general, including rec, into a mill levy. And so there's a lot that Mike, there's a lot in here I do like about this, but there is some concern about this, this national average. We're not a national average here on our cost of living, on our wages, on what we earn. And so we start comparing this. I guess I'll ask you this: do you have a target of what is the ultimate target that you want us to target on this? What you want to spend per acre?
Councilmember Neese, I am not recommending that we spend $6,200 per acre. What I am recommending that we do hire 2 additional turf maintenance employees and 6 park attendants. That will add $222 to the cost per acre. I believe that we can do an exceptional job with the additional staff. I am not asking for $6,200 per acre.
Okay, Merritt, a quick follow-up question.
Sure, go ahead.
This has been brought up, Kristen, you and I talked about this, but Gina, if you're then listening to some of our discussion about the ballots, is it possible Gina, are you there? I may be.
Gina Dahl, if you go ahead and turn on if you're with us, there you are.
Okay.
All right. Yes, I'm here.
So Gina, I don't know if you can answer this or not, but I'll ask you, if the council puts an initiative forward to bond for some parks, say they pick out 3 parks or 4 parks in the city, and we say we're going to bond 25 or 30 million for these parks, can the initiative include an amount that gets added to a mill levy for operation and maintenance for once those parks are built, or does it have to be 2 separate questions? Can it be included in the one question, or if it has to be in 2 separate questions, can the first question as far as funding it be dependent upon the second question of operation actually have to pass first? I mean, can they be contingent upon each other?
I really don't want to try to give you an answer to that. I'd rather look closer at the statutes. I apologize. I just don't want to give you an incorrect answer. It
Okay.
seems to me that it needs to be two separate questions, but I would just want to confirm that
Okay.
before I give you a straight answer.
Mayor, if you don't mind a quick follow-up or request on that.
Go ahead.
Get some good information on how that could look in a bonding. I think it'll help us decide if we want to, go forward with some bonding on things, because if we can make these contingent so we don't have the funding for building approved and then we can't afford it. I'm not one for building something if we can't afford to pay for it later on in the parks. So if we can find out if that can be done, that would be appreciated.
Important point. Thank you very much. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. I guess my comment is for Mike Whitaker and Chris Kukulski. For me as a council member, I want to continue to hear those national averages. It's my job as a council member to make sure Billings continues to remain competitive. I'm not going to know if we continue to remain competitive if I don't know those national averages. When we get national averages in regard to our fire safety, our police, we should be getting them in regard to our parks and our investment in our community as well. So I just want you to know, I would like to continue hearing them and appreciate you bringing them to our attention. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just comment, it's often interesting, but when I look at the cost of living in Billings, it actually my understanding is it's slightly above national averages. So it's not cheaper. It's very, very close. I mean, we're almost dead even, but it's like 101%, something like that, maybe 102, but it's slightly above average. It's hard. Our housing is below, but other costs make up for that, I think. But do your own investigation on that one. Councilmember Shariki, did you have your hand up?
You just made the point that I was going to make. Our cost of living here in Billings is within a couple of percentage of the national average, whereas what we are spending on services for the citizens of Billings is orders of magnitude off from that. So it's, it's something that we need to think about how we're going to close that gap.
Thank you. It's 7:27. It looks like we're going to end up taking a break and then coming back to Tom Rups. This would be my guess here. But some final questions, Councilmember Ewalds.
Thank you, Mayor. What is the total acreage of parkland that we have in Billings? Do you have that handy?
Approximately 2,600 acres of parkland. But keep in mind that's not all developed parkland. What you've seen in the presentation referred to developed parkland.
Okay, how much is developed parkland?
I'm thinking off the top of my head, 11 to 1,200 acres, somewhere in there.
How many?
11 to 1,200 acres. I would have to look it up.
So like Phipps Park wouldn't be considered developed parkland.
That is correct, Councilman Ewald. Generally speaking, what's considered developed parkland is if we irrigate it.
Okay, so the 36 parks districts, how many acres is involved in the 36?
I don't know off the top of my head. We would have to get back with you with that number. But almost all the land in the 36 PMDs are developed parkland.
Right, and so the direction I'm going on this is the homeowners pay for the maintenance on these parks, and Billings always keeps striving to be on an even keel with all the big cities. And if you go to the big cities, all those neighborhood parks are run by HOAs, and they hire their own maintenance people and all that. So if you didn't have to travel around to the 36 other parklands, the neighborhood ones, you might not need all the satellite stations. There are 2 satellite stations that you're looking for. And then you would just be responsible for the community parks. It might be something to look at as a way to do it. I know Summer Hills here off of Governor's Boulevard or Hilltop, they maintain their own parkland. Is that not true?
Councilmember Mule, I do not know.
Do you guys maintain the parkland right on the boulevard, right on the south side of Hilltop Road as you're going up the hill there with all the trees and that on there?
Councilmember Ewalt, generally, Public Works maintains the boulevards.
Now, this is more than a street boulevard. So anyway, when I was campaigning, I stopped there and visited with the gal she's head of the HOA, and they say they take care of all their own parkland. Is there any other ones in the city that does the same thing?
Councilman Ewalt, I think Annenfeld has some private parkland that an HOA takes care of, but generally speaking, most parkland is managed by the city.
Okay, thank you.
Chris Kukulski has his hand up, and Councilmember Trachey.
Now, I'm not aware of other cities being a commonality as larger cities that they'd have more HOA maintained parks. I will tell you, again, and unfortunately, just because of my experience in Bozeman for those years, the community saw it as a significant problem that over 50% of the parks had grown into being HOA maintained parks. That was the only city I was aware of kind of in its peer group that had that. On the positive, they were privately funded and taken care of. On the negative, we were starting to see extreme differences in some parks that were very, very well maintained and other parks that were not in those standards. So I'm not aware. I think it is perceived, that doesn't mean it's a fact, but it's perceived to be more problematic to have a exclusively HOA funded system. If you wanted to go that way, you couldn't do it, I don't think, looking backwards, but you could do it looking forward, that future subdivisions requirements for parkland would be HOA maintained. I caution against that, but you could do that as a mechanism for future neighborhood parks. But again, I don't think it's favorable, but it is doable. And Bozeman, I think, is kind of the poster child for that, at least in Montana, and it wasn't viewed as a positive thing.
Councilmember Trachey, you had your hand up, and then Councilmembers Neese and Ronning.
I think David popped up to answer this question. I suppose he has more data than I do, but I would first ask the question, what percentage of the city is currently under homeowners associations? Because I assume that a large percentage of the city is not. But the other thing that I would say from my own personal experience of looking at various different places, one of the things that one of the things that happens over and over and over again is you start seeing fences around those parks. Some of the best ones that I've seen in New York that are homeowner association owned, you have to have a key in order to get into. And that is not a direction that I would like to see us go with our parks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Continuing here, David, if you want to comment, but and then Councilmember Neese and Ronning, I don't know if you, David, you did want to chime in on that issue.
I'll just say very quickly, the HOA issue is the reason that Bozeman passed this Parks and Trails District in March of last year. Those HOA held parks were getting hammered by people that were not in the HOA. They can become problematic.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese and Ronning.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, there's brought up the matching grant program. How do you envision that working? How do you see that money? Will the Parks Department be holding on to it? Will they be utilizing the foundation? Will there be a cap per park, per amount? I mean, what kind of thoughts have you considered this program? Do you see how this is going to be used?
Councilmember Neese, we're at a very high level looking at the program. We see working with the park board, maybe developing the criteria that we look at when a organization makes a request for a matching grant. So we're at very high level right now. We haven't really worked through the details. Other than that, that it'd be a good vehicle to have. For example, when the Landis Legacy would come to us, we would have additional funds to match what they bring to the table.
Yeah, Mayor, quick follow-up on that then.
Go ahead.
Do you envision then bringing in 250,000 a year and storing those funds up until it gets to $1 million or 2 million or 4 million or whatever it may, until someone actually can match that? Is there any limit on what can be accumulated? Or, I mean, I guess I'm asking you, what is your thoughts? You're the Parks Director, so I'd like to hear from you how you can see this fund, this really help this develop the city parks and how it would be implemented.
Councilmember Neese, I see that it will roll over from year to year, but the goal is to match 250,000 a year. I don't see rolling it over and for several years to accumulate $1 million. I see us handing the $250,000 out annually with a match.
Okay, so if no match, then no funding.
That's what we've discussed currently.
All right, thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Ronning and Chris.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions. Just so it's clear what the public understands what we're talking about when we mention things like HOA parks or a special district park. So in my mind, I'm thinking of like an HOA park, not far from where I live behind, oh gosh, is the restaurant still called Bisteca or the Greenery? What's it called now? I'm not sure. But anyway, behind there where there's the condominium development and there's some single family homes, but they've got a tennis court and a park in there. And I think that that's an HOA park because they keep pretty close tabs on that park and who's in that park. So I'm assuming they pay for all of the amenities and the care of that specific park area. And then for a special district park, if I have it clear in my mind, one I'm thinking about is Peanut Park, which is a little bit complicated to get to, but it's a small little neighborhood park, also in Ward 4, in the neighborhood off of, well, it's between Colton and Polly, and it's a little park, and I'm assuming that's a special district park. Those are two of my questions. Is that, did I describe that accurately, Mike?
Councilmember Ronnie, I think you're correct. What you're referring to was park maintenance district parks. And
okay.
The park with the tennis court, I think that's an HOA managed park.
Okay, and then my second question is, when I've seen presentations made, and I'm thinking back to the presentation we had, I think it was made by Big Sky Economic Development, and they showed a graph of what Billings has been investing in their parks compared to what I remember being called as peer cities. So these weren't like real big cities in the United States, but peer cities. And some of those peer cities were Missoula, Great Falls, Bozeman, which are significantly smaller than Billings. And if I'm remembering correctly, they invested much higher dollars into their parks than what Billings was. So, just wanted to express that my understanding when you present to us and you say peer cities, you're presenting to us cities that are fairly comparable in size or within the state of Montana also. Is that correct? I mean, I don't think I've seen a presentation comparing Billings to Minneapolis or St. Louis or anything like that.
Councilmember Ronnie, you're correct. That was put together by Big Sky Economic Development. And I think they do it every annually. So that's good information for me to send out as soon as they get it completed.
Yeah, thank you.
Chris, you had your hand up, then I'd recommend council that we take a break.
If I might offer, Councilmember Brown being on the board at Big Sky Economic Development, I don't know if he wanted to add something to Penny's question or comment, but then I have a brief one. If that's what Councilmember Brown, I just give him that window tied to that same issue, but maybe it's different.
No, I just wanted to comment that everybody needs to keep in mind that a lot of these other cities also don't have a cap on in their charter, so they can adjust their public safety, things like that. We don't have that option. So it's not always apples to apples when you start comparing us to peer cities. So just a comment to keep in mind.
And Mayor, thank you. Yeah, I don't believe there's any perfect peer to us. We've tried to be consistent with a grouping of cities out throughout kind of the Midwest, West, Northwest that are in that 150,000. But of course, there are no other Montana cities our size. So that's a peer issue. What I wanted to get on the table was, honestly, there's not any magic to the 250 number. That really was, as our staff talked about it, it was the concept more than the number being right. Especially knowing last year we got shot down on the proposal. So I think the council, if they like the concept, we can hone more in on that. Second point I want to make is there really are, in my opinion, a couple of conflicting things that are critical that the policy body work through in a potential program. One is we want to leverage matching dollars and the good efforts around our community, whether it's a Rotary Club or a neighborhood group or whomever. On the other hand, I think you don't want to be exclusively a matching program because sometimes you have neighborhoods or areas where a small to medium capital investment needs to be made, and you shouldn't be exclusively tied to who else has got money. So I think it would be a fairly sophisticated system you'd work through to try to accomplish both. And even the term small scale, I don't know what that means. I mean, I was thinking roughly $500,000 a year of annual projects between our 250 and private 250, but that may not be the right number. Maybe it needs to be lower, maybe it needs to be higher, but emphasize the number isn't perfect. And I think the program, Mike has got ideas, I've got ideas, you would have ideas we'd want to work through if the council wants to do something like that. And we want to point out in our proposal that that's outside of the GO bond, because the GO bond comes and goes, builds a set of projects. Once it's paid off, it goes away. So thank you.
Thank you. Anything final before we take our break, Council? We'll have an opportunity to come back. We'll turn it to Tom Rupsis for his report and then have some other questions for Tom, Mike, and if David and Ms. Muzzy are still with us for them as well. So nobody's waving their hand frantically. If they are, it might be that they're desperate to go to the bathroom. So we'll take a break. It's just saw we're 7:51. We'll begin again. Even if all of our council members aren't with us, I assume they'll be with us momentarily. So welcome back. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. On that last note that Chris was talking about, the money that in lieu of. So is that retro then too, Chris? Because the Oasis spent a lot of money in the Heights because the city wouldn't give the Heights a pool. So could we get in-kind match for the Oasis to spend in the Heights? Or isn't that going to be retro?
You know, I think Councilmember Ewald, council, I think that's up to the council. I see the Oasis, some have communicated the Oasis as being the model for future privatization of parks. I just happened to meet with them in the past week. That is not, I do not think we would be successful funding our park system that way. We've got a great relationship with that, but I think that is a rare situation. So I will tell you the Oasis and seeing some neighborhood parks raise money for their, construction of their playgrounds is part of what, in my mind, and working through that latest park development with them has me saying the city needs to become a better partner with neighborhood groups, private funding areas, rather than to hand them over our responsibilities and expect them to see that as a privilege. And again, I mean, no disrespect to that project. We're very fortunate, as you said, the community, for whatever reason, wouldn't vote on an aquatics facility up there, and Harvest Church stepped up and got it done. But I think if we were to rely on that model long-term, it would be problematic for the community. If you want to do something different with them long-term, I suspect they would be open to that public discussion for their challenges, but that's a lot of speculation. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on then with continuation of our presentation on item number 4. After this presentation, there'll be an opportunity for some more questions, and then we do need to open up for public comment. So the Parks Board has been neck deep in the issue of park funding for several years. And their current head is Tom Rupsis. So Rupsis, Tom, first thing, how do you pronounce your last name? Let's get it right and then take it away from there.
20 years ago, my father would have said Rupsis, and anybody who didn't agree with that was dead wrong, but he's lately started saying Rupsis. So I don't really know what to think right now. I'm okay either way. But thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for your time tonight. Yes, we have been working on this for a long time. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. We started this work after the session, after the budget discussions last year. As you'll recall, there was a big mess with the deficit, and there were proposals for what should happen with the parks if we were to take $1 million worth of funding out of the park system, what that would look like. And we just kind of realized that that's just not a sustainable place to be. We have to get a long-term solution. So we started working on a long-term sustainable funding structure options in July. And thank you for Councilmember Chiriki for your initiative. That got us here tonight, but I'm grateful that we started our work 6 or 9 months ago now. We had our goal to make something that was long-term, sustainable, and not just kind of a Band-Aid solution. So that's what we started. As you heard with Mike, we do need to consider our existing parks budget, and we do have some shortages, and we need to consider new development funding. We went a little further in 2 places. We actually tried to quantify those future operations and maintenance adjustments that would be necessary as we develop new park systems. And we actually also looked at existing shortages on what we would call today the PD1 side, our capital maintenance. So we included those 2 components where you didn't see those in the staff's recommendations. You know all this background of what happened last summer. We just didn't feel that was a sustainable place for parks to be. We don't ever want to be in that position again, that we have to have that conversation. So, we do agree that there's a big benefit to moving parks out of the general fund from a transparency and accountability perspective. But also, let's not forget that moving that budget portion out of the general fund does open up a good amount of cap room for other potential uses, such as public safety. And of course, we have to consider if we want to do two public safety levies 2 years in a row. This might be a way that we saw to kind of solve one problem, pause on the other problem, not necessarily pause, but make some, use maybe $3 million to solve an additional part of that problem. And then maybe next year come out with another public safety levy. So we tried to quantify a lot more than you might have seen in Michael's presentation. We broke things down using estimates. Thank you to Andy Zeller for his assistance, giving us some numbers that we could use on estimates. They're slightly different than what you saw on the Trust for Public Land numbers. I don't think it makes a substantial difference in the end result. But our Park District 1 is about $3 million now. And of course, that's because we increased it by $1 million this year. And out of the general fund is about $3.2 million. So your general parks costs are about 31 mils, $6.2 million. That doesn't include the local park maintenance districts. And it doesn't include the charges for services, which essentially fund the recreational programming. So we decided not to address those. The PMDs are a very complicated issue, as you guys just talked about briefly before the break. And we didn't want to confuse this issue with that topic at this time. And the comprehensive plan did suggest that our charges for services in Billings could be higher. We could be creating more revenue for our rec programming if our charges were higher. That's an opportunity. It's not going to really move the needle, but we could make some adjustments there as well. Again, we talked about funding our operations. These are the same numbers that Michael presented, about $575,000, $580,000 we had at the time to fund those new positions. We do think it's a good target to meet that mid-tier maintenance, right? We don't want to be, say, a platinum level type community. We're not there, but we do think that we should aim for that tier 2 standard. We did look at the maintenance, the capital maintenance side of things as well. The 2017 comprehensive plan had about $22 million worth of projects identified. And that plan is supposed to exist and identify the things that would be necessary over the next 10 to 15 years. So we're 3 years into that now, and we've done about $2 million of projects. And the reason that we've only done $2 million, even though 3 years of PD1 would be closer to $4 million, is because other things get on that list that weren't even on the comp plan. For example, in this latest CIP, we included $1 million for Castle Rock Park. For infrastructure there that's been delayed for way too long. And so those are good projects, but they weren't necessarily identified on the CIP. And so if we're going to just do that $22 million over the next 10 years, we need to be closer to about $2 million per year on a capital maintenance plan. And of course, right now we're only at 1.3. So we do think that we should adjust that capital maintenance budget, the target for that, to about $2 million per year, which would be an increase of $700,000 over where we are right now. We did identify priority projects for new developments. Our numbers here are slightly different. I'm not sure where Michael got $12 to $15 million for the Castle Rock master plan. That master plan indicated $12 million, including the pool. And in our conversations with the Heist Task Force, the pool was kind of seemed to be a future endeavor. So we only included the $8 million to do the community center and all the extra amenities that are identified in that great plan. Also, we've done a lot of the work at Centennial now, about half of the work. So that's about $2 million left. We have $2 million worth of funding at Poly Vista, so we don't have that $4.5 to $5.5 million that was in staff's presentation. We included Cottonwood Park at about $16 million, which is comparable to what Colson Park will take. And it's comparable to what was spent on Story Mill Park if you've been out there in Bozeman, which was a 55-acre beautiful new park out there. So we felt that's probably a better target. I'm not sure. I think Michael's had 20 to 25 or $30 million in there. I'm not sure. But anyway, we did have a couple trails programs in here as well. The Canyon Creek Trail, which is from the zoo over to Riverfront Park, and the Stagecoach Trail, which is from Zimmerman down to Rimrock. And of course, the $6 million for the reservoir that you've heard about from Debbie Melling in the past. That gets us to about $57 million. We think that we should be aiming at a target public-private match of about 4 to 1. Right, so a 1-to-1 match might be reasonable if you're trying to raise, say, $200,000 for a small playground or an event shelter or something like that. But when you get into these larger projects, we're probably looking more at a 4-to-1 match, something where the city puts in the infrastructure and the core amenities at the park, and really we look to our private partners to put that icing on the cake. To come in and put that last 20% on to really make that park shine. So we think that if we need $57 million worth of total projects, we might need $46 million of public funding. There are other anticipated projects. The master plan that was done for the rec center that Sabura has not yet passed on for your approval, but what was estimated in that was anywhere from $35 to $105 million. And of course, that would include the $25 million that Sabura at the time had estimated they could fund. So $35 to $105 million, that's a large project. No matter what, that's going to have to be bonded. And it also comes with about a $500,000 per year price tag to subsidize the operations and maintenance of that facility. It will not earn back in charges and fees what it will cost to maintain it. So whenever we do that project, we need to make sure that we consider that large ongoing maintenance cost. For those reasons, we set the rec center aside right now. We've got these other priority projects that have been honestly sitting vacant or underdeveloped for decades. I felt like we need to make progress on those and get those completed before taking on an $80 million rec center project. The new parkland, Michael referenced that in his presentation. He listed 25 acres. The comprehensive plan listed 150 acres. We think there are 3 community-sized parks that are going to be needed in probably the next 20 years. And that's in Southwest Billings, something south of, say, southwest of Grand and Shiloh, somewhere. Something east of Maine in the Heights, and then something along the Inner Belt Loop as that's developed and starts to build out. Again, those are longer-term projects, and we need to look at those in the future as how that might work. As we look at funding future maintenance on these parks, as we develop them, we did use that average maintenance cost of $6,200, but you'll notice we're only really considering that for the 125 acres or so of these 6 parks that we recommend as our priority projects. So it doesn't bring the whole park system up to $6,200. We're really just kind of using that for an estimation purposes for how much we should plan in the future. We also recognize that some of that work, some of that development will be in the form of capital projects, capital assets, and that those will have long-term maintenance needs. And so we tried to come up with some type of estimate for, well, how do we maybe adjust our capital maintenance plan for something that we're putting in now, but won't have to necessarily be replaced for another 20 or 30 years. We thought that if the $57 million budget was half capital and half infrastructure type work and an average of 30-year lifespan, it came out with about $1.7 million annually once all those things are built out. And of course, that's a long time ago, a long time from now before those are incurred. But that type of increase is something that we might plan on down the road. Again, we're trying to think long-term and not just put a Band-Aid over it for this year. This feels a little bit high to me, honestly, but it feels like a conservative estimate that we can grow into in 20 years. So if we add all that, those components up, we see on the O&M side of a budget increasing from about $6 million now to $9 million. Again, over time, not one hit. And then a total park development fund of about $45 million, whether it's bonds or we do that as a kind of a pay-as-you-go kind of basis. And then we attach the median costs. Again, we use the estimates from Andy Zeller at about $2.85 per mil. Gets us about to $175 per year. In the future, in 15 years from now, we would grow into this. So we had a number of principles as we were trying to come up with different funding options. First and foremost, fiscal responsibility, because we know that, not even with, certainly with the economic conditions we're in right now, a big ask is a non-starter, right? So whatever we do, we have to make sure that it increases slowly and predictably over time. We're not going to rush out there and try to hit anybody really hard in the pocketbook. But we also want something that's going to be sustainable and flexible with transparency and accountability built right in. We've kind of been thinking in terms of parks and trails as we've gone through this and trying to keep things as simple as possible. We do appreciate staff's recommendation. It is PD1 is certainly feasible. It's legal. It is also the easiest and most flexible approach out there. For all those reasons, I think council, council has been very reluctant to expand PD1 over the last 8 years. And so the Parks Board felt that this wasn't a direction that council would want to go. So honestly, we did not push hard on the PD1 option. For that reason, we've just heard repeatedly and consistently over the last 8 years that PD1 isn't going to grow. It's not going to be our operations budget. Even the operations portions that are in there right now shouldn't have ever been in there. It always should have been capital maintenance. And just after hearing that for so many years, we put that to the side. It's also not completely there in terms of the transparency because like somebody else mentioned before the break, we still do have that recreation component that's on the general fund. They're politically fragile. We had a couple bills introduced in the legislature this year from our own in-town representation that tried to sunset our special districts. So there was some interesting work in the TPL analysis. Their experience has shown that parks funded through legislated type means like PD1, since it wasn't voter approved, are actually funded at lower levels than the voters would generally approve if we just ask them. And so for all those reasons, we kind of decided that the PD1 approach is less desirable. Again, certainly feasible, certainly legal, and it's easy and flexible. We also do think that this idea of a matching grant program is really solid, and we would love to see that implemented no matter which direction we go. It's a relatively small dollar amount and can have major impact, as I think you'll hear from some of our parks partners if they call in during comments, in terms of motivating our partners to do what they're doing. So our specific options that we laid out, the first one is a mill levy with bonds. It's very comparable to the PD1 with bonds. We've just added a bit more detail here in terms of what it would actually cost. So this again, I think somebody pointed out before before the break, this would be 2 questions. We'd have to ask both, do you approve bonds for these park projects? And do you approve a mill levy for park operations? The important thing to remember here is that we're starting at the current budget, and then we're growing this operations and maintenance costs over 10 years, right? So if we look at an example of a cost schedule, what this might look like if we space those costs out evenly over 10 years and issued those $45 million worth of bonds over 10 years to get through all those projects, it would be about an $8 increase per year, $8.69. So that's a predictable increase, manageable on an annual basis. It gets us through all of those projects, and we're making progress every year. And you know, it's something that you know, when we get to the end of 10 years and we look back at what we've done, it'll be a pretty impressive list of things. And if we can accomplish these in 10 years, then we can look at a large bond, an $80 million bond for a rec center. We'd have the credibility to go out and ask the voters for that. The other option we included was an all mill levy option. And this is where it becomes important to try to estimate what future maintenance costs might be. Because this mill levy says we're gonna start our mill levy at 31 mills. We're gonna have the flexibility to increase up to, in this case, I think that total, shoot, I forget the total, 46, 57, whatever that total is there, I apologize. But we'll have the flexibility to increase to that over time. But we think that we should dedicate that part of that ballot question would say 15 mills, $3.1 million is dedicated to new park development projects, right? So we would have a certain portion that is dedicated to O&M that we can grow as we need to over 15 years. And the other portion is dedicated to new development. And we just manage, we prioritize which parks we're doing, which projects we're doing every year. And this would take a little longer. It might take 15 years as opposed to 10. But the advantages are it's a single ballot question. And it's a permanent funding source, so that at the end of 15 years, when we have projects that we can't even dream of today that are suddenly urgent, we still have that mill cap room for new development. And yes, in 15, 20 years, we might have to go ask for an adjustment. But you know what? If I had asked Andy Zeller to pull the budget from 1986. And if we look at the growth of the mill versus the growth of the parks budget, we can do the same thing with public safety. But if you look at the parks budget, it did grow faster. The parks budget grew by about 3.5% per year on a per capita basis. But the mill only increased at about 2.25% per year, right? So we do fall behind. But by giving ourselves extra mills to grow, we can keep up with that, and we can have a single mill levy that lasts us 20 years, and then we can go out and ask for an adjustment when we get there. This particular cost schedule for the mill only approach, what we did here is we phased that new development fund, those 15 mills or that $3 million new development fund, we phased that in over the first 3 years. So that the first year we have $1 million, the second year we levy $2 million, the third year we levy $3 million, and then on from there to get through those projects. So again, we're trying to minimize the impact on an annual basis. And we can see that, again, it's predictable, it's reliable, and it's sustainable. Councilmember Ronning asked about this. This is the Billings Parks budget relative to our peers. And you can see right now we're at about $88, I think this is. Either one of these plans gets us to about $175, which ends us up right here, right about where Casper is today. But it gets us to $175 in 10 years. We already know that Missoula and Bozeman have leapfrogged up here with the recent initiatives that they've passed since this chart was done. This is not going to put us in any kind of world-class status. it's a relatively conservative approach and to growing and solving these problems over time.
And I apologize, Tom, for interrupting you, but these are costs for an average home in those cities on an annual basis. Is that right?
This is a per capita budget.
Okay, per capita per adult. So if the average home was 2 or slightly less, you'd have to roughly double that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry, per capita. I missed that in your title.
No worries. So yes, we do have a recommendation. We think it's time to go to the voters. We haven't gone to the voters for a parks ballot initiative since 1999. And at that time, it was for $1.5 million for some maintenance items and I think some trail connections. We haven't done this. We need to go in front of the voters. Our charter kind of demands it of us. And so what we should be doing is we should be leaning on our partners with Trust for Public Land to put together a survey. And what I'd like you to do is to ask David about how they construct these surveys and especially dig into the constraints and controls aspects of those surveys because they have a lot of different ideas for how voters react and get more comfortable with ballot funding measures if you can put some certain controls on how they're grown, how the funds are grown over time. So certainly ask David about that. He speaks very well about it. Our recommendation, again, use the Trust for Public Lands to do the survey, find out how much our voters are willing to support, relative preferences for each approach, whether it's PD1 or the all mill levy or mill levy and bonds, which priorities they see in terms of projects, especially those constraints and controls. David also talked about the interplay of a parks ballot issue versus other things that might be on the ballot, like if Metro Park decides to do a ballot levy as well. We do have time. We don't have to rush anything out. However, it does take about 2 months to get a survey designed, out the door, completed, and analyzed. So our deadlines for a September ballot, the resolution has to pass by June 21st. So we backing off 2 months from that at the very latest. We really need to be out the door or starting that work mid-April. Or if we go into the November ballot, you can see we need to start that work in the summer. So we have time to do a considered approach here. But we would like council, I think, to consider, what's the plan for this year? Because we really can't wait until late in the summer and then finally decide that, oh, we're going to do a parks ballot because this survey just takes time to get out and analyzed. And I don't think anybody wants to put in a ballot issue out there that's not well reasoned and with a good chance of passage. So I think that was it. I am complete. I will stop the share and take any questions.
Thank you, Tom, for the thoroughness of your presentation and your beautiful PowerPoint slides. If you created those, you've got a future ahead of you. Doing PowerPoints, we'll hire you for that. Somebody will. I won't, but somebody will. Questions for Tom, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Tom, great presentation. I'm hoping you can get us a copy of that. I would like to have reviewed that before the presentation. It looks to me like it has really covered a ton of ground. And you've thought about a lot of different things, and I appreciate that, bringing in the maintenance costs when you bring it into parks and stuff like that. So I like what I saw. And again, I think it was similar to what we were talking about last year, trying to bring a bond, but again, we didn't, and that's okay. We got the public safety mill levy passed. So, I think there's a little refinement that I would do on some of the ask. I think we can learn from our ask that we did with a public safety years ago. It was a huge ask and it failed. Maybe more of a target, and I think that's where the survey could help us target some of those that ask. So again, I appreciate you going through into the depth and seeing that. So Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. I think I brought this up once before, but last year we took a public safety mill levy that was capped at 8.2 million, went to the public, and they said, yeah, that's not going to work. Let's make it bigger. Why couldn't we do the same thing to PD1, repeal and replace it with something that takes not only the maintenance, operation maintenance, but the future parks? And I think that's kind of what you're talking about. A great idea. Get rid of the $2 million we're stuck with.
Yeah, and honestly, the replacing PD1 with a voter-approved special district is very comparable to both staff's recommendation and ours. So that's certainly an option. It is a great option for moving forward.
Other questions for Tom? Tom, maybe just remind it. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Purrington.
Just a comment. Thank you, Tom. I thought it was a great presentation. I really appreciated seeing the difference, the dynamics between staff and board recommendation. I mentioned that a little bit to you because I thought, maybe to kind of meld those together. But I've never been a big fan of PD1 for that pure, simple fact that there is no cap on it. And I don't know that you could cap it. So I appreciate going out to the public on these mill levies because I think that's part of our job is to allow them to maneuver through some of those costs, that they're the ones that have to bear it. And for us to be able to say, oh no, we're just going to put all this money into PD1 and you're going to have to pay for it whether you like it or not. I just am not comfortable with that. So I appreciate your approach. I know that the board has talked about zeroing out PD1 without getting rid of it. And I understand that. That was a few months ago with that discussion. So I appreciate both presentations, and that I think it gives council some really good options to look at. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. And if I could, I just state that the Parks Board fully supports PD1. It was passed legally. It's a great flexible option. We don't honestly understand the difference between how PD1 is considered versus the arterial street district and the street improvement districts that are passed under almost identical situations without voter approval. And so honestly, we don't understand that, but we've just kind of gotten to the point that it's a reality. And in my opinion, it's an unfortunate reality because it's held us back in some cases, but that's why we recommended otherwise, because we're just tired of having the controversy every year on something, honestly, that should be just exciting. Parks are great for the community. They're assets. Everybody loves going to the park and bringing the kids to the playground or meeting their neighbors and making new friends or playing on a sports team or what have you, or just sitting under a tree. They're great. And the conversations about how we maintain them and improve them should be much more, I guess, comfortable and happy than parks conversations typically are at budget time. So we really just kind of want to move on is where we're at.
Thank you. Councilmember Ewald, you had your hand up. And Councilmember Shaw? You had your hand up, correct? Councilmember Shaw? Okay. Councilmember Ewald, Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you, Mayor. Good job, Tom. I like the fact that you're pushing to put it out to the public because like Councilmember Brown said earlier in the evening that our charter is capped in mills unless it gets voted on by the public. So I really appreciate that, but I got a couple questions or comments on your presentation. The first one was that $1 million that you said went to Castle Rock that wasn't in the CIP. It was actually in the CIP as improvements to Swartz Park Road and parking lot, and it got moved from there to Castle Rock. So it was in the CIP, it just got moved. And then I got a question on what 6 parks at the $6,200 level? I think you said you want to maintain 6 parks at the $6,200 level. Which 6 parks are you talking about?
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Ewalt, for the question. I might have misspoken. If I did, I apologize. The $1 million for Castle Rock Park was not included in the comprehensive plan, the 2017 comprehensive plan list of $22 million of targeted maintenance items. It was, you are correct, it had nothing to do with the CIP. It was put into the CIP, but not in the comprehensive plan from 2017. So that my only point there was, we do a lot of projects in the CIP that weren't identified in the comprehensive plan. And so even taking that $22 million over 10 years, you know, $2 million per year, we fall behind every time we put projects that weren't in the comp plan onto that list. And that's was my only implication of you know, why our $1.3 million per year really should be closer to 2. As far as the other part of the plan, the question, we used those 6 parks, Cottonwood, Castle Rock, Colson, Centennial, Poly Vista, and the West End Reservoir, and tried to estimate the number of new developed acres that we were adding to the inventory, right? So we're actually not adding any new developed acres in Castle Rock, but we're adding, you know, 30 or whatever it is at Colson Park. And we're adding, you know, 13 into Centennial this year when it opens. And we're adding, and we took all those, and Cottonwood Park is 40 acres. And so we took those new acres that we were going to develop and just said, in terms of estimation purposes for maintenance costs going forward, let's use the industry average, because we don't know how those are going to be developed. Is Cottonwood Park going to be developed more as a natural area, or something that's highly you know, sculpted and programmed like an Amen Park or a, you know, a Pioneer Park or something like that, or the new park at the fully developed park at Castle Rock. So not knowing how those parks were going to be developed, we used the national average for maintenance. That's why we used 6,200 to get to that estimate. Did that make sense?
It did to me, Councilmember Ewalt. Did you have any follow-up there?
Nope.
Okay, Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. So thank you so much, Tom. To me, the bonding for large projects and then putting the maintenance of them into PD1 makes the most logical and practical sense. It's also, I think, the cleanest narrative. The idea of transferring the entire parks budget into a mill levy makes me quite nervous, because I look at the library and other departments that over time, you know, we end up, they're slowly underfunded over time. PD1 eliminates that. So my question to you really is, and you've touched on this a little bit, is the park board's recommendation to council that we move away from PD1 basically what I'm hearing you saying is based purely on council intransigence in the past? Is that really what the stumbling block is there, and why the Parks Board has changed their tune on this? I would like to know that, if it's really a political consideration. Thanks.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably 90% that. It's just been every year. I've been at this now 8 years. When I first came onto the Parks Board, we were going through the master plan project at Centennial Park. And immediately after that passed, Rick DeVore started us on a process of how do we develop Centennial and Castle Rock, and at the time, Optimist Park. And we got, you know, one piece of that component through council 3 years ago. And then we moved on, well, how do we get the rest of the pieces? And every step along the way, we've tried to introduce the idea that we can use PD1 how it was written. And we have never gotten council to agree to that. You know, whether it was an event shelter at Pioneer Park 4 or 5 years ago, or this year, trying to move the whole maintenance and operations budget out of the general fund into PD1. We've never gotten that council's approval to expand the scope of what PD1 was originally not not originally designed to do, but originally implemented. So really, that is the primary motivator. And so what we tried to do in terms of the mill levy, to address your question about slowly becoming or defunded over time or insufficient, is to really put some effort to define what those maintenance costs are going to be, and design a mill levy that was sufficient that it could be grown over 15 years, 20 years to keep up with that. If our mill value is only increasing at 2.25% a year, and parks budgets are increasing at 3.5% per year, and again, this is using the history of the last 35 years, that's what we've seen. We need about 1 extra mill per year to keep up. So if we plan for an extra 15 to 20 mills over 15 to 20 years, we can keep up with that. And yes, we might have to come back to the voters in 20 years to do it. Can we adjust to get another 20 mills for the next 20 years? To me, that seems doable.
Okay, other questions for Tom before we open up for public comment, which we do need to do. Councilmember Ronning, and then Councilmember Neese.
Thank you. So there were a couple of things in your presentation, Tom, that caught my attention, and I was kind of startled by it. One is $16 million for Cottonwood Park. I guess I did not realize that the idea was to build that park out so extensively. I mean, comparing it to Colson Park's a very, very extensively thought out, planned park. This is the first time I've ever heard of that type of a plan for Cottonwood Park. Maybe I just have never heard that before, but that's the first time I've heard that. And then the second thing was, I think I heard you say that in 10 years, the voters may feel confident in going for a bond for the rec center. Are you saying that the Park Advisory Board is not looking at moving on the rec center for 10 years, or did I just misunderstand you?
Okay, so on the first question, Cottonwood Park, we don't even have a master plan for Cottonwood Park. So there was really not a way to have a reliable estimate on this is exactly what we think it will cost to build that out. So I used 2 reference points. One was Colson, because Colson is an undeveloped park right now, slightly smaller than Cottonwood, but with other complexities involved. And you're right, there's probably likely to have more natural open spaces in Cottonwood in whatever plan is designed. The other reference point was Story Mill Park in Bozeman that was just completed. And I think it's 55 acres and a lot of natural spaces, and it was $15 million. Right. So I used those 2 reference points and thought that if we're going to have a point to shoot at, it's probably going to be closer to a $15 million. You'd have to ask Michael how he got 25 to 30 in his presentation. I'm not really sure. I hadn't seen that before today.
Michael Whitaker, can you just comment on very general costs of a developed park like Cottonwood?
Mayor, as it relates to Cottonwood Park, it is a 40-acre park, and it would be one of the largest parks in the Billings community. And like Tom pointed out, we don't have a master plan for that park. We kind of envision that park as being Pioneer Park to the west of town. And if you're going to start putting in maybe a pool, amenities like that, it can reach $20 million for a 28 or 40-acre park.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Neese, you had your hand up.
I did, thank you. That's news to me that you're talking about putting a pool out there, and we can't get a pool up in Castle Rock Park again. So Tom, I'm going to go back to you. You mentioned the capital funding replacement of 1.7 million. And think you said that was a fairly rough number to grow into. I'm also going to reference that to the $6,200 per acre. Is that $6,200 purely maintenance, or is that including replacement over time, like depreciation and things like that, where you're actually replacing things? Does that average include all of that, so that maybe you're actually not spending $6,200, or you are because you're replacing some things that year and stuff like that? Do you know what that $6,200 is made up of?
Yes, Councilmember East, thanks for that question. It is $6,200 of maintenance, operations, and administration, not necessarily capital replacement, but all costs associated with the park. And it does include administration costs and operations in there as well.
Okay. And Mayor, quick follow up then.
Go ahead.
So in your projections, your target really is the 6,200. So earlier I'd asked the Parks Department if their projection was, or the target was 6,200. You feel that is that the target that the park should be shooting at from the 30? They're currently at what, 30 spots, 3,700, and they should be shooting at 6,200.
We felt that was a good number to use for a conservative estimation for maintenance costs for parks that are yet unbuilt. So knowing that it's going to be a while before they're actually built, it might be, for some of those projects, it might be 10 years before they're completed. So we certainly have some inflation costs in there as well. We felt that was a good number just to give us enough flexibility or in there to grow into. So no, I don't consider it a target, but needing some number to estimate and defend, that seemed like a reasonable number to use.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Council. It's 8:37, and so 38. We've had a lot of members of the public, I'm sure, who've been sitting out there. I hate to put them off to public comment too much longer. So let's open up for public comment, and Council, you'll have an opportunity to follow up after public comment with additional questions and discussion. So members of the public, please call 237-6196 if you'd like to comment on item number 4, our park funding discussion. Presentation by Parks Director Mike Whitaker or Parks Board Head Tom Rupsis. That number again, 237-6196, and keep your comments to 3 minutes and tell us your address, and please turn off your screen. While we wait for calls to come in, Councilmember Purington.
One of the questions Penny didn't get answered, and it was the one that had to do with, okay, so so would you mind to answer that one? Then I've got another question probably for Mike, but if you wouldn't mind to go ahead and answer that one, because I keep hearing so many things about that rec center. So
thank you, Councilmember Purington. I was actually just texting Councilmember Ronnie to apologize for missing her second question and encouraging her to ask it again. So thank you. No, the Parks Board does not have an opinion that it should be 10 years from now before the rec center is built. We think that's a high priority, high visibility, high value project for the city. That being said, it took us 3 years from the time Centennial Park funding was approved to open that up. And that was a $2 million project. So I have a hard time thinking that we're ready from a project management maturity standpoint in the Parks Department right now to do an $80 million project. I think we need to get some wins under our belt with these, smaller $5 million projects, right? These other parks projects, and for parks that have honestly been sitting underdeveloped for decades. It was 2000 when the Forbes family, and Mayor Cole knows this well, made that donation, and specifically talking about they didn't want it to be 20 years before that park was developed, right? Here we are. We need to move on these, and to me, those should be the highest priority. Finishing these projects that have been sitting out there, getting them done, knocking them off the list, and as soon as we can show that we've got the capacity and the workflows and the systems built up to do those projects on a regular basis, then we should be ready to do that rec center. And I hope it's not 10 years.
So follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So Mike, the question that I had for you was, so whenever you talk about O&M, does that include the replacement costs for playgrounds or, I don't know, swimming pool have to be redone every once in a while? So does that include that? And I know that's what, Tom was talking about, this long-term maintenance of, I think, up to 15 years. And I know I've asked you that question before about how long playground equipment lasts. So would you just address the replacement costs?
Councilmember Puritan, O&M does not include replacement cost. It does include parts, things of that nature. But after 15 or 20 years, the playground has to be replaced because you can no longer get parts for. And playgrounds do wear out. So O&M does not include, from my perspective, life cycle replacement of major maintenance items.
What about your tractors and your machinery? Where's that in all of this?
Okay, the rolling stock is in the city's the equipment replacement plan. All of that is in the equipment replacement plan.
And those costs, those equipment replacement costs would be part of your regular O&M maintenance. Is that correct?
Mayor, every year we do put dollars into that program to cover equipment replacement.
Okay. Then we'll open up for public comment. Tony, do we have some callers who have called 237-6196?
We do. Hello, and thank you for your call. You have reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You will have 3 minutes in which to give your comment. If you have your television on, please mute it now. May I have your name and address, please?
Steve Arviscow, 1081 Strawberry Avenue.
Go ahead.
Members of council, good evening. Steve Arviscow, Big Sky Economic Development. Let me first say I've been watching the council meeting throughout the evening, and you're all partially right about our cost of living. And if you want more details on that, I'm certainly happy to share those with you. I would say that we're an affordable community, and but we have to manage our housing costs because those would be a significant driver in having us go beyond those national average numbers. Let me give you what I think would be 4 fundamentals that I would encourage you to think about as you're looking at parks development. And then I'd be happy to take any of your questions. First, community development is fundamental to our economic growth. And for sake of the discussion you're having tonight, I would broaden your definition of community development to include parks, trails, essential infrastructure that supports new private investment, and public safety. I spent 4 hours this morning on a conference call with economic developers across the country. There was 150 of us on the call. We were all asked a question about how are you attacking your economic recovery in your community? And almost to the man and woman involved in that discussion, we all talked about the importance of investing in community and in your quality of life. And if you look at numbers from the Trust for Public Lands that we heard from today, David and his team, if you just look at the year 2020, how many bond issues for parks and trails across the country? There were 55 ballot issues across the country, 51 of those passed. Those communities spent $4.8 billion in new parks and trails development. So those communities that tell me they're investing in themselves are actually putting their money where their mouth is. And so that first fundamental is this is a driver. This whole discussion you're having today is really an important driver behind our economic recovery. The second point I would make for you that, and maybe this is new for us, just because of the year that we've just gone through, but parks and trails development is really now a health and wellness issue. It probably always has been, but especially now. And if you can look at data and numbers, have someone run some numbers for you on the number of folks that were using our trail system in 2020, and in many cases a 50% increase over 2019. So second point is parks and trails development are really a health and wellness issue for our community. Third point I would make for you that I think is really important, city commitment should drive both vision and encourage private investment in parks development. And what's happening is just the opposite is happening right now. Mike characterized it as outside influences driving a lot of the discussion around parks development in our community. But what's happening to those outside influences is that they're being asked, and I know we are being asked on Colson Park, as we've got two big asks in front of major corporations in our community to commit funds to Colson Park. The second question they ask us is, what is the city's commitment to build out the infrastructure for this park? Because many of them want to put their resources in the things that they can see, the things the kids get to interact and play with, those amenities of a park. They don't necessarily want to be putting irrigation systems and lawns and restrooms in place. They want to know what the city's commitment would be.
Steve, I do want to let you know that your 3 minutes is up.
The decision you're going to make tonight and in the days ahead about how you invest in parks will really be a point of pivot on what you're going to see the community be willing to step up and also partner with you. Here's my last point. The fourth point is that your business model and funding plan must be in place to both maintain and develop parks. And that funding model has to be able to consistently address operation and maintenance and new parks development. I wouldn't necessarily run 100 miles an hour away from Parks District 1. You need to think of this comprehensively. How do you maintain your parks and how do you invest in new development? I will close by saying this. I think actually your time frame should be quicker than a 10-year horizon. I think you should look at the list of opportunities that you've created for yourself in new parks development and look at a 3 to 5 year window. I think that magnitude of development of parks and trails in our community would absolutely be transformative and would lean into our ability to respond to the economic challenges that we have right now. Last, I'll just say I would encourage your work with the Trust for Public Lands on the survey, because that's going to educate all of us on what the community is willing to do to invest in new parks and development.
Thank you, Steve. We're going to have to call it quits there, though.
Figure this out.
Thank you.
Other callers, Tony.
Just a moment. Steve, if you could hang up, thank you. Hello, and thank you for your call. You have reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You will have 3 minutes in which to give your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Christy Drake, and I live at 2950 Walden Place in Billings.
Go ahead, Christy.
Thank you. First, I'd like to compliment Tom Repsis on his leadership on this issue. He contacted the Trust for Public Lands, and I've been on these meetings with the parks partners, with the Friends of Billings Dog Parks and Landon's Legacy, Colson Park development for over a year. And it's been really transformative for all of us to be able to work together and see what each of us is doing in the community with our nonprofits. We know that trail use has doubled over the last year. There are more people on the trails nationally than ever before. And as many of you know, bikes are really scarce to come by in Billings and all over the country. It's really hard to find a bicycle at a shop these days. So this, we absolutely must have infrastructure built so that people are safe on those bicycles and, you know, out walking and everything. So I believe that this is an ideal year for timing to go out and ask, because people have been using it and parks and trails are in high demand right now. Everybody's using them. We need trails in our community, and the highest demand that we see with our members is the Stagecoach Trail, which would be from the valley to the rim, a safe route from downtown to the Heights, and the Canyon Creek Trail is what I call it, but it would be from Zoo to Riverfront Park. We talked with most of you on City Council about finding public funding for trails. As you know, Billings TrailNet is a small nonprofit, and we can't meet the demand, and shouldn't be. It shouldn't be on the shoulders of a nonprofit to provide infrastructure that benefits our entire community. Billings TrailNet paid $200,000 for engineering the Skyline Trail, which is going to be highly used and a huge part of our community. It'll attract visitors and our community, and will really be the pride of Billings once it's built. Thank goodness the city was awarded the build grant, because it's a $3 million trail. But there are so many other trails to build, including safe routes to school, and that's just increasing. It makes sense to me to continue to pay for maintenance through PD1. If you have a mechanism, and funding options like this are so hard to come by, why would you get rid of it? Billings TrailNet is committed to putting up $1,000 for this survey that the Trust for Public Land has proposed to do for us. And this is really a big commitment for Billings TrailNet, because we were unable to hold our big fundraiser last year, Ales for Trails, and money is tight, but we believe in this enough. So perfect. Thank you very much. That's my spiel for tonight.
Thank you very much for your call, Christy.
Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for your call. You have reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You will have 3 minutes in which to give your comment. If you have your television on, please mute it now. May I have your name and address, please?
This is Dan Brooks with the Billings Chamber, 815 South 27th Street.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. This is Dan Brooks with the Billings Chamber at 815 South 27th Street. I just wanted to share a quick couple thoughts related to the discussion tonight. I really appreciated the Parks Board and their long-term outlook for developing funding sources for parks. Admittedly, I don't have a suggestion looking at the options presented as to how to specifically fix the funding aspect of parks, but I do want to reiterate the importance of park development, especially as it relates to safety. I know you all read and were presented the findings of the citizen survey showing that 29% of residents were very or somewhat unsafe at night in our parks and on our trails. So I would just offer a quick couple of things tying this back to safety. The first being that developing parks and trails, much like economic development in general and what you heard from Mr. Arbiscow, as far as crime prevention through environmental design goes, that development provides the benefit of additional natural surveillance in the space. So, you know, think as you drive or attract more normal users into the area, activating it with safe activity, it provides actually a natural element of security. And as we've seen doing our security surveys around town, in the absence of that development and incentivizing normal users in that space, what we've seen is abnormal users take over, transients, vandals, etc., end up filling that space. So as we see doing these surveys, many of the problems we see for our property owners aren't actually issues with their own property, but with areas around that property in need of additional development. The second item I would offer is to just give a quick determination of what our parks need for that safety. You may not realize, but one of the parks staff members attended our 5-day SEPTED training last December. I would suggest a couple things. One, if that employee could go to the advanced SEPTED course, the National Institute of Crime Prevention advanced course offers a chapter specifically focused on parks and SEPTED, along with a practical exercise evaluating city parks. So that would really do well to give him that knowledge, that background, to come on back, utilize those new skills, and maybe evaluate the security in each of our own city parks. While we've got a pretty significant roster of businesses that we need to tend to for our security surveys, I would offer the help of the Billings Chamber in doing those security surveys for Billings Parks. So thank you for your consideration and have a good evening.
Thank you for your call. Hello, and thank you for your call. If you have your television on, please mute it now. You have reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You will have 3 minutes in which to give your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Scott Brown, and my address is 4650 Kestrel Road.
Go ahead, Scott. Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor, council members. Thank you for taking my call. My name is Scott Brown, and my address is 4650 Kestrel Road. And first, I'd like to say, after sitting in on this call and watching how hard all of you guys work and the thought and effort that you put into your job, we're very lucky to have you. And so thank you for your great work. Tom, great presentation. I'm calling tonight in support of funding for both parks and for trails. I've been a long-time supporter of trails in Billings. I started out being a supporter because of the goodness it provided my business, the base camp, and getting to sell walking shoes and clothing to those using the trails. But over time, I've seen that there are more important benefits that our trails provide. One, the safe routes to school, getting our kids, and in my case now, grandkids, to and from schools safely by walking and biking. Another aspect is the health that the trails provide in getting residents outdoors safely and conveniently. I was in Great Falls and talking to, it was the Montana State Parks, and they were talking there about doctors writing prescriptions to use the Trails RX. And I'm really excited about that and think that would be a positive way to get people out using our trails. But over the years, I think I've really seen the biggest and most important aspect of our trails, and that is the economic development that trails provide. New families, new workers that are moving to a community want to recreate and have a place to recreate in the outdoors. They want trails. And with the success of getting the Build Act grant, we're now going to be able to fund the Skyline Trail on top of the rims, connecting it with the Swords Park Trail. And I grew up in Billings. My dad was born in Billings, but I think a lot of us take the rims and the Yellowstone River for granted. And the rims are such a cool spot. And to, within a couple of years, to have that trail that will go all the way across the top is really going to be something. So anyway, please support funding for our public trails. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Thank you for your call. Thank you for your call. Hello, and thank you for your call. You have reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You will have 3 minutes in which to give your comment. If you have your television on, please mute it now. May I have your name and address, please?
Yeah, this is Pat Davies, 4158 Audubon Way.
Go ahead, Pat.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Cole and members of the City Council. As I said, my name is Patrick Davies. I'm here representing the Partners for Parks Foundation. First off, I'd like to echo and agree with the comments here of the previous speakers. I think those are all great comments and points. I would like to thank the Trust for Public Lands, Tom, Mike, and the City Council for putting their time and energy into this subject. I've been a lifelong resident of Billings, Montana, and quite frankly, haven't seen much development of parks in my lifetime here, and would like to see that change. And so I strongly encourage you to continue to explore these funding options. I think the next key step is taking this survey to the public and starting to gauge their interest on number one, how they want to support parks and at what level they want to support parks. Because I think if the council does decide to move forward with the ballot measure, let's make sure it's a ballot measure that's going to have some chance at success. So strongly encourage that, and the Partners of Parks Foundation Board has agreed to offer $2,000 to help support that survey. And so I'll make that commitment tonight on behalf of our foundation. And I also like to say I really like the aspects of the matching grant proposal. I think that provides organizations, nonprofit organizations like ours and others, real opportunities to leverage the dollars of our donors with that matching grant. So I'll keep my comments short, but again, I appreciate your time and attention to this matter and hope we can continue to push this forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Hello, and thank you for your call. You have reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You will have 3 minutes in which to give your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
My name is Tim Warburton, 3444 Lucky Penny Lane.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to start out by thanking Tom for his work and presentation, especially over the last year, but obviously over his last 8 years on the Parks Board, and definitely with the work with the Trust for Public Lands here and getting this ball rolling. I think this is going to be, and certainly has the potential to be a real big opportunity here for Billings. I'd like to echo what Steve Armstrong said earlier, is that I would also encourage you guys to move up that timeline and just dream a little bit bigger if you could. The 10 years is good, but if we could push it up and try to get these things done, I think when you're looking at issues like workforce shortages that are coming, all those kind of things, and then trying to attract talent, these parks and this kind of development would be huge for Billings, be huge for our area. And so anything that we could do to get this kind of stuff done would be huge. I just want to mention a couple of things. One, the matching grant thing I think is a great idea. I know we've been looking for a way to do that on the Parks Board for a long time. And if I could, I would recommend just rolling that over every year and saying we have $250,000 every year available. And if it's unused, then it's unused, and we go from there. I do find it unfortunate, as was mentioned, that PD1 has kind of been turned political over the years, and I really feel like Billings has missed out on an opportunity to really get some stuff done using PD1, unfortunately. So I've been a big supporter of PD1, as many of you know. I would continue to be if I was still in the Parks Board, but I'm glad it's still going to be hopefully considered as a tool for you guys to use, at least for matching funds, if that's an option you want to do. Lastly, I just wanted to mention that I guess the idea of the comment about the HOAs really just, it kind of bothered me because, you know, as a city, we should be providing services to all of our citizens. And not everybody is fortunate enough to live in an HOA or have that comfortability. So low-income folks, disenfranchised folks need places to go, places that they feel safe. And the city, you know, we should be providing that. And with that, I'll say thank you guys for your service and your time, and I'll continue watching. Thanks.
Thank you for your call.
Tony, any other callers?
I do not have any other callers.
Okay, we will close the public comment period then on item number 4. Thank you, callers, for all your great comments. Back to council. I don't know if you got other questions, council. We can also dig into discussion. There are no real decisions to be made tonight, but if we have direction to give to staff, we can also do that. Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, it looks like we've already got $3,000 committed from the public to the survey. I'm, you know, I don't know how the other council members fare. I'd like to hear from the others as far as moving forward with a survey like that. So I guess I'll leave it open to other councils to hear their thoughts on it.
From me, I think it's a great idea and kind of a no-brainer, but that's just me. Councilmember Ronning, you had your hand up.
Thank you. I support a survey too. I think it's a great idea. One of the things, and I'm really glad that the callers brought up trails. We tend to not include trails when we talk about parks, and I am just as guilty of that. But I guess I need, for those folks that support trails so much, I need to get better at saying the word trails. But I guess I want them to know that when I think of parks, I do think of parks and trails, but I realize I need to get better in my language of saying trails. On that note, I've had a number of people that have talked to me about trails, and especially people that live in Laurel that like to come to Billings to use our trail system. And I guess one of the things I wanted to ask Mike is, and I would love to tell you that I'm a big user of our trails. I need to become a better user of our trails. But Mike, is there do we have an app? Am I remembering that correctly? Or is it a hard copy map? But is there an app that shows our trail system that people can get for their phones?
Councilman Ronnie, we have both. I know planning put together an app, and I see Wyeth. Maybe Wyeth can highlight the app.
Okay. So I think that's one of the things we can definitely do a better job of also, is highlighting the asset that we've got. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I just wanted to also voice that I also support the survey, and I feel like I saw some thumbs up. Maybe Boyette, yes, some thumbs up. Maybe that would be helpful for staff to just get a little straw poll.
Let's, if you've got a piece of straw and you're in favor, hold it up. And if you don't, hold up your hand. I'm not sure what this means exactly, but I'm holding up my hand. There's clearly a majority on council who want that. I guess the next step would be to enter into some communication, and David and may have some thoughts, or Wendy, of how that would work, but we would need to pin down the cost. The Trust for Public Land is offered to contribute. So what would that cost sharing look like? Chris Kukulski, could you comment? You've been down this path.
Actually going to ask a question, if I could, Mayor, of David and Tom. I think we have the same answer, but I want to make sure. To say yes to the survey data is only good for months, not years. So to say yes says implies, it doesn't guarantee, but it implies you're going to do something with that information on funding parks in 2021. Not in 2022 or 2023. So I just want you to be aware of that. David, please correct me if I'm wrong there, but that's what I understand is the The life expectancy of the information is weeks or months, not months or years.
Thank you for pointing that out, David. Can you comment? And specifically, if is there some middle step that is short of pulling the trigger on a survey, that a step we could take to just determine what it would cost, what some of the questions might be, but something that is an interim step? David?
Sure thing, Mayor. Thank you. And thank you, Chris, for the question. Yes, indeed. As I think we all know, polls are a snapshot in time. They're most relevant the closest they are to an election. But of course, you need to build in the time to create ballot language based on polling and do all the things you need to do to meet referral deadlines. So the closest we can get to a referral deadline with a poll, the better. And as far as an interim step, Mayor Cole, we'd be happy to work with Michael and Tom and Chris and whomever that would like to be involved to go out to a few different pollsters and get some estimates to bring back to this body. And, and that's, of course, we haven't really talked about public funding versus private funding, but it's quite possible that we could mount enough funding that this could be completely privately funded. Or if council wanted to direct staff towards some public funding to the poll, there's that route too. That opens up questions about Freedom of Information Act for some pretty sensitive numbers. But as I've told Tom and Michael, that it's not generally a huge concern. So again, that's a question for staff and council, depending on public versus private funding for a poll. But as an interim step is concerned, we'd be happy to tap some pollsters and get some estimates for you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ewalt, and then I have a question for staff. Councilmember Ewalt?
Thank you, Mayor. Chris mentioned that he wants something done in 2021, but we can't even have a vote till 2022. So it's going to be pretty hard if we put a vote to the people and it passes, we can't go back retro to 2021. Fiscal year changes July 1, and as soon as we could have a ballot issue would be September.
Chris, you want to comment further on timing?
I guess what I would clarify, Mayor and Council, is I was thinking of the calendar year. I wasn't thinking of the fiscal year. There is a sensitivity. Last year, we pushed it right up to the limit, September 15th, to affect that next year's budget. That'd be the ideal, but I was frankly more thinking of our community taking action in this year on this issue. And I think you, again, have another political question. Unlike a year ago, we knew from the data to stay as far away from a presidential campaign as possible. And we did. This year, you have pretty much a city election this fall. So though you would lose a year in collection, that again really is a policy call as to whether you'd be working to put something on the ballot this November or trying to affect the 2022 fiscal year budget. So it is that, hopefully that answers your question, Councilmember Ewalt.
Chris, that's a pretty good segue for my question, which involves public safety, which is still our #1 priority. These two issues become intertwined, and the proposals I was hearing contemplate either fully or partially shifting current funds that go from the general fund to the Parks Department, finding a different source for those, and that would free up money for public safety. It's a hybrid. It adds an element of confusion for the public when you say, hey, you get both of these things, but it costs you more. So there's pros and cons with that. But the question is, how much time do you think we're going to need as a council and staff is going to need to determine how much for public safety we would want to free up? What are our public safety spending needs? You know, the CPSM study, of course, is a critical element there. What we're doing with for facility needs, how we can use CARES Act, American Rescue Plan Act. There's a lot of moving parts there. Can you speculate on how long we need and how much that might be that we want to free up for public safety, if that were an option, that the council wanted to go in that direction.
So Mayor and Council, and thanks, I think it really is the $64,000 question. I beg you some latitude here. This is all being recorded, but so let my statement be at the front end. These are speculations on my part, but I think decently informed ones. I've seen the draft public CPSM report for fire. You've seen the final law enforcement. I think it's completely reasonable that we would need to phase in the increased investments in public safety, and the $2.5 million that currently exist in the general fund funding parks we wouldn't be able to use all that in the first year. So I think you can accomplish multiple things in a public question this year. I think the question, and let me be clear, I think that can be accomplished in both ways that Tom and I and Mike have talked about. Whether you choose to say, go to the voters for a permanent operations levy or use Park District 1, I think you need to be clear that both of those mechanisms are to free up, are accomplishing both tasks. The clarity of funding for parks, operations, maintenance, replacement, and opening up funding for public safety. Not permanent. I'm not going to say today 2.5 is going to cover all the public safety needs, but I'm going to say 2.5 absolutely covers our immediate need for 1 to 2 years before I think we would need to get into a levy, public safety levy conversation. Now, that is only on the operational side. That's not the question of a GO bond for park development. In my opinion, professionally, that's really why you have the question of, do you want 2 questions on the ballot or 1 question on the ballot? The only way to get 1 question and accomplish all 3 things is using PD1 and GO bond. Otherwise, though Gina's right, I can't say with absolute certainty, but I have a high level of confidence what you're going to get back from Gina is that they do need to be 2 separate questions, that of a permanent levy to maintain a park component and a GO bond vote for capital investment. So sorry, there's a lot in there, but you really can ask the public 3 questions, 2 questions, or 1 question. I think the political real question is, do you want to accomplish, and are you making a commitment to the community that you're trying to work on both efforts in 2021 as you make the decisions you make? And I think the good news is, let me put a major plug in, because of this pandemic that's been horrendous and the capital sharing of federal money, that's the only reason you're in a position to buy time here and not have a public vote on public safety this next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other council discussion before we move to item number 5, if we're going to address item number 5, we can talk about that later. Councilmember Neese?
Yeah, again, I like the survey, go and move forward with survey too, but I think as was addressed, we need to, as a council, give a policy direction as to which direction we want to go. I tend to like what Tom presented as far as his direction, but I don't know if that's what all the rest of the council members. So if we're going to go off for a survey, I'm assuming that the survey people would need to know, are we going to go for a 2-question type of measure? Are we going for a 1-question keeping PD1? I mean, I guess I would say maybe we need to have another meeting to discuss that. I don't want to have to discuss that all tonight, but that's my thought on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown?
So could that survey not help us answer that question to some degree? I mean, couldn't we ask questions that ask in some way what they would support, what the community might support?
I think the answer is yes. I mean, the survey would provide information that would probably move us in a certain direction, but it'd be nice to have as many questions answered in advance of the survey too. It's a chicken or the egg sort of question. But it does raise a question for David. David, you're talking about a full-fledged, high-priced, statistically valid survey. What are our options for cheaper information gathering, especially at an initial stage, that might not be as valid? Here I'm thinking, for example, Qualtrics that has options for doing online surveys and still adjusting for demographics. Are there lower cost options that we could take as an interim step to help refine this process and also be more flexible? And instead of doing one, we can maybe do 3 or 4.
Mayor, it's a good question. We could try to come back with more options. Some pared down polling. I agreed with your first comment. I think that the most specificity that this body, Parks Board, and staff can come together with before a survey would be ideal. Our typical surveys that we work with test 1, sometimes 2 questions, but generally not too many more, because you've got 15 to 20 minutes. Social science is pretty clear about how long you can keep people on the phone. You've got your ballot question, list of priorities, a tax tolerance question to understand the actual tax tolerance. You get into messages, you get into messaging, and you get into messengers, and then you typically return to the 1 or 2 ballot questions, so that you've basically moved your audience through what would be a mini campaign, asking a question cold, and then going through pluses and minuses of the prospect, and then asking the question again. And that's why they're pretty robust. And we like the phone surveys, 350 to 400 people, all registered voters. And so that's kind of the full meal deal. I'm happy to explore with my colleagues and others what we could do to get you to a place, as Chris outlined, the 3-2-1 conundrum. And of course, if there are other measures that you're considering for 2021, if that's indeed when you move forward with a parks measure. So I don't have a great answer for you off the bat, Mayor, but we can get back to you.
Councilor Brown?
Yeah, I think it's important that we all recall that there's been a lot of talk about public safety. There's been a lot of talk about we're going to take action, we're going to do something, we're going to address it. There are groups out there that are expecting that. So if we now say, well, we're going to go ahead and, run a levy for the parks and, free up a few $1 million for public safety and address that again in a year. There's going to be some fallout on that. And so, I'm okay. Honestly, I think the GO bond and the PD1 is probably the way to go. I think that's the cleanest. I think that's the easiest. And it gives us the opportunity to at least continue discussing the public safety that a lot of people are expecting us to deal with this year. So that's my opinion.
Thank you, Councilmember Joy and Councilmember Ronnie.
Thank you, and I thank Councilmember Brown for bringing up some very good points. This is the thing I've been struggling with through this whole entire conversation is our priorities and sort of the conversation that we started with our public about what we were going to do about public safety. And though I understand various components of this free up money, I also am very interested in hearing about our fire department, because we do really have this issue with having enough fire service in certain areas of town, or having more efficient fire service within certain areas of town. And I would really like to hear that before I committed myself to going for the public, going towards to the public and having a conversation about a different funding altogether, without really understanding what it is that we need to understand about 911 and fire. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, and then we're going to have to reach some sort of either move on or resolution of some sort here. Councilmember Ronnie?
Thank you. I'm so glad Denise and Sean both brought up those points, because I agree with both of them. And I tend to fall in line with the comments that Sean made in regard to PD1 and a GO bond. That's the direction I had in my mind as well. And I agree with what Denise was saying. Also, I think public safety is something that we've been talking about consistently. That said, I think it's something City Council has been talking about consistently. And that's a good thing, because we absolutely need to be addressing crime at policy level. But I think it's important for us to remember that we've been hearing a lot from the public about parks also. And I guess my encouragement, and maybe this is part of this priorities conversation, but I guess my encouragement would be for those of us on City Council who struggle with more than one task at a time, for us to maybe try to press the edges of our comfort zones, to be able to think about multiple things happening in our community at the time and being able to make those decisions and having those discussions. Because I think that the public has absolutely let us know that parks and trails are very important to them, as is public safety. And I hope that we can have maybe that conversation that's relative to both. So my thoughts on that. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Purington?
Well, I would be more in line with the mill levy, and the GO bonding would be my first preference on the parks funding. But I too go back to the public safety. And that has been a number one highest priority that we've been dealing with since I've been on council, and it was ongoing before that. So I think, and it was brought up again this evening with our legislative conversation, is that we're going to get more CARES money. We don't know how much money we're going to get. We don't know how we're going to spend it. I know we talked before about using the public safety monies for infrastructure or something that's solid, not for ongoing expenses. So to me, and I agree, Penny, we do need to do more than one thing at a time on council, because there's more than one thing going on. But I think we don't have enough information on where we are budget-wise. I think it's going to be next year anyway. So I would like to know more about our public safety, where we are with that. Facility was a big thing. That was a big thing that came out of the survey or the data analysis. Can we get that taken care of? So I would like to see more information on how we're going to fund public safety, what we're going to fund in public safety, because we still don't have the fire analysis yet and the call center analysis. We got a little bit on the police one about call center. So we do need more information. I do agree that a survey is good. And I think if you're going to do a survey, do a good one. But anyway, that's my opinion. And so, yeah, I guess we just need to hear what everybody else says.
Thank you, Councilor Bernice.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, this is for you, because I think you kind of addressed the public safety. And by the way, I look at this, what we're doing here, as both parks and public safety. And thank you, Councilwoman Purington, for bringing in the CARES Act money. We have a lot of money in the CARES Act right now that's sitting there that we could use for facilities, and we haven't even seen yet what we need for the fire. So, but Chris, you mentioned if we do either of these options that are before us, that you'd free up, would you say, $2.5 million out of the budget for public safety that you wouldn't use anyway right away? It'd be phased in, so we'd be a couple of years down the road before we need to address it. Did I understand that correctly?
I would say, no, you didn't understand that correctly. I waffled too much to say phasing. I think, to be clear, let's say it the opposite. Sometimes that helps me. If you don't plan on using the freed up money in the general fund for public safety, I'm going to tell you this is a really bad idea.
Okay.
However, the good news is you've got roughly $2.5 million you could free up in the general fund to use for public safety. And I think that would be a meaningful investment in the first year of a multi-year phased approach to our public safety needs.
Understand. Okay, so you would use the full amount. You would not expect us to do a reduction in the mill levy, the general mill levy cap. The first year, we'd use it all for public safety.
Well, I would say for this discussion, we should be thinking we would need to, but if I can't prove to you we really would need all 2.5 or would utilize the first 2.5 in that first year, maybe some of that would be a part of a second year.
Okay.
But I would say the majority of it you'd use, but maybe not all. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clearing that up.
Thank you. And I'll just state the obvious. You only get that $2.5 million freed up if you increase Park District 1 to generate those dollars or to replace those general fund dollars, or you go out for a mill levy. And basic political question here is, how many of the council would be willing to increase Park District 1 to free up those dollars versus how many would be willing to do it with a mill levy, or how many would not be willing to do either one? I don't know what the answer to that is. I'm not sure we're going to get that resolved at 9:30 tonight, however, but that's the fundamental or a fundamental question. Okay, council, how would you like to proceed? It is 9:30. We do have another item left on our council priorities. Chris started the evening by saying he did not see that as an essential for us to address tonight. But we're still on item number 4. Chris, maybe could you just comment a little bit on our schedule here for council priorities? Is there something you would like us to definitely address on that tonight, or what would we do if we did not address it tonight?
If I can just be clear, I thought those priorities were ready to be sailed through. They'd been shared numerous times with very little comment. So it really is the feedback from you. I've gotten some from 1 or 2 of you, but I think it really is a discussion amongst the 11 of you as to what you want changed in order to get, I would hope not a 6-5 vote, but a strong support. Doesn't have to be 11-0, but what your priorities are for the upcoming year. So I'm sorry to put the question back to you. I thought we're really, really close. And I guess I don't know anymore. Are we really, really close? Or I'm a mile away from where you want to be?
Okay, I don't want to get into that. We're not at that point. I was hoping there might be some, clarity for sort of scheduling purposes. So we'll defer that until we actually get to item number 5. Council, how would you like to proceed on item number 4? Are we done? Are there further questions, further comments? I saw at least 1 or 2 thumbs up for "are we done?" Am I interpreting? I see some nodding heads. Okay, I don't want to shut anybody off, but I think we'll wrap up item number 4. I did get a sense that there is a desire, David, Molly, thank you very much, to continue with some discussion of what the survey process might look like, cost, et cetera. But we're not prepared to pull the trigger on that, obviously, because of the questions. But if we can continue to talk and clarify some sort of interim step, my sense is we'd like to continue to do that. Just a lot of questions, though, before we can act definitively. Everybody seems to agree with that. Okay, so thank you, David. Thank you, Molly. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Mike Whitaker, your staff. We'll deem item number 4 concluded and move on to item number 5. Thank you. Our guests can
David, for all your time tonight.
Move on with your night. We'll continue. Item number 5 then is council priorities. We'll turn to that. Chris, you already introduced this somewhat, but what else would you like to say? I had some tweaks to that, I guess, but I could do that by email. I never did get that to you today. I would call those form not really very substantive. But Chris, what else do you need from us on council priorities?
I honestly probably don't have anything else to say from what I just introduced. I can pull them up if you want to see them. It'll take me a minute to get to them, but really it's hearing from you guys on where you want to go. And if I could thank Councilmember Brown, I think he kind of summed it up pretty well last time. We thought we were close, but if 6-5 isn't close to where we needed to be. So it doesn't do me any good to have a set of priorities if you guys are really split on what you want to do with them. But at the end of the day, I can count. So if you vote 6-5 on what you have, that's what we'll focus on. Thanks.
Chris, if you would mind calling it up, I guess I would suggest I buzz through some of my small wording issues with the idea that I would put them to a vote. And if nothing else, we can clean up some language. And then we can turn it to the council for larger issues.
I'll do that. If you'll just be patient with me, you can get some comments out there and I'll get them pulled up here as you're working.
Okay. Council, what I had in mind is under number 1 priority. When Chris brings it up, that's of course the focus on public safety. The second to the last, or you English scholars would call the penultimate bullet point. Don't ask me to say that twice though. Says support critical partnerships with Substance Abuse Connect, Yellowstone County, and Continuum of Care partnerships. That's great, but it's not very substantive. I think what the real goal is to do more than that. So I would suggest adding at the end of that bullet, language that says, quote, and determine options for addressing substance abuse and mental health needs. Communicate, it's not just about having a partnership, it's actually about doing something for substance abuse and mental health needs. That's the point of that change. So if you look at the second to the last bullet under number 1 priority, support critical partnerships with Substance Abuse Connect, Yellowstone County, and Continuum of Care partnerships. Again, my recommendation is to add the phrase or something like, and determine options for addressing substance abuse and mental health needs. Council, does anybody object to that or want to comment on that? Councilmember Ronning and Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. So I guess the issue that I had the last time we were talking about this is, and while I'm really grateful that we have this discussion, you know, this is the 4th year I've seen lists like these happen, but I don't ever see us really get into conversation and discussion really specific about how we're going to do the things on this list and make the elements on the list really substantive in our discussion. For example, and I agree with what you're saying, Bill, like, for example, in the I think it was the 2020 or 2019 budget, we actually passed $50,000 to go toward the Substance Abuse Connect or the Continuum of Care, and the money never even got there. We've now just given $10,000. So these are some of the issues that I guess I would like us to have real discussion on at a work session, and not just saying, yes, we're going to approve a list and then we give it to staff and we may or may not see something ever come back to us. I would love to see council have, when we say, let's see, where is it? Determine policy level support to implement code enforcement, legal and municipal court strategies to improve safety. Well, what does that even mean? And so I guess I would like for us to actually have policy discussion on what does that mean to us at City Council, and are we willing to move forward and create initiatives or whatever it might be to actually move forward on some of these things and not just approve a list that we turn over to city staff. I would like to see us really make an impact on violent crime and crime in our city by making some real policy decisions at a council. So I guess that's my input.
Okay, and Councilmember Brown, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm kind of thinking kind of just the opposite on a couple of these of what Benny was just saying. You know, I agree we need to support critical partnerships and all of that, but to limit ourselves to these three only, you know, I mean, there may be some other opportunities that come up, because it's not us, I don't think, that holds things up. I think a lot of these organizations and these groups only move so fast. So they didn't have a need for $50,000, so they had a need for 10. You know, it's not always on us. I guess the other point that I keep bringing up is, you know, these are really for staff to prepare for what they're going to spend time on. And yeah, we need to make initiatives to let them know, yes, we're taking this one serious and we're moving forward with it. I think it's more designed for that than it is, this is what we are going to do. I think it's more, be prepared for us to do these things. And keep your staff available and be apprised of that. I don't think these are directives for staff to go do these things. A lot of them are already underway. A lot of them we haven't even given them guidance on. I think that's where Penny's point comes in. If these truly are our priorities and we really are telling staff, be prepared for them, it's up to us to follow through, not them. So I guess when you look at these, are these our priorities? I think they're pretty good ones. And we only have so many hours in a day, a week, and a year. So, you know, I don't know. That's my opinion, but I don't think we want to get too specific on any one of these, because it's up to us now to move forward with these and direct, and maybe not just these three. It may be others. So just reminding everybody, that's kind of what this was originally. Now, if that's changed, fine, it's changed. Then these are the initiatives, go do them. But I don't think that's the way it was ever designed. Thanks.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Parrington.
Thank you. And I agree with the direction or lack of direction for staff, but the conversation I had with Chris was staff has priorities. How do their priorities fit in with our priorities? I mean, are they looking in these directions? Whenever they set their priorities, did they look at these and go, oh, this is what we need to do? Or do they just keep working towards what they keep working on, year to year, improving the sidewalk network for safe routes to school? Well, staff, and I think Debbie has told us, they have a plan. They have a schedule for that. So we haven't done that. A few years ago, they were working on lead replacement. Well, they were continually doing that, but it seemed to me like it was on their priority list at some point, just to know that it was getting done. So I think that's, for me, I want to know where staff is and what they're looking at in relationship to what we need to do, because we need to set the policy. But if staff has something to do, then I guess we need to look at how that's going to impact policymaking. So that's my opinion of it. I don't think we need to get into details either, but yet I think we need as much direction as staff does.
Councilor, was that do you want Mr. Chris Kukulski to address how these things influence staff? Was that a specific question? I'll turn it over to Chris to answer that if you.
Well, I mean, I've mentioned that to Chris before, but I've never received any feedback on what staff works on. And Chris has said he has 5 priorities. I don't know what those 5 priorities are. So, now you've got a list of, or you've got 3 sets of priorities. So whose priorities do we follow? Ours, and staff just moves along with ours. So I would like to know what staff's priorities are.
Okay, Chris Kukulski, I can't see you, but I bet you're out there.
Sorry. Yes, I'm here. So the way I would answer that is a couple of fold, and this is not a perfect science at all. The staff's none of the staff's priorities are in conflict with the elected officials' priorities. If that were the case, that would be a problem. But sometimes, not every division, not every department has got things on this list. And so as they're working on their things, my primary concern is that what they're doing isn't in conflict with this. But you guys, as the policy body, get to set the overarching kind of policy priorities. And so I've done this in the past, sometimes where first you see all the staff's priorities. I have a list in my desk, Pam, that says, here's the top 5 things that every division or every department are working on. Some of those are more robust than others. Some of your priorities occupy most of, or if not all of the free time that department director may have relative to working on priorities. So there's not a second hidden list out there somewhere. When you guys identify something critically important to you, public safety, right? I mean, outside of this elected body's priorities of improving the safety of Billings and the components of it, I can assure you that the 2 chiefs and myself, their time is operational, particularly as those chiefs, and then the time spent for advancing is on what you guys have identified. So it does matter, but it's not a perfect science. As Sean says, it's a little bit of both as far as the guidance for us, and we use it day to day. I mean, I will tell you, there are times I will not work on something else. If there's a question or a conflict here, the default is to accomplish the priorities identified by the elected body. And as I voiced, bringing this set forward, so similar, that's why I gave you the last 2 years. I think the real meat, if you look at the priorities from the last couple of years, we have accomplished a number of things from them. But we still have a ways to go on public safety. And now that we've got one CPSM report and you're going to get the next one, we really need to get into the details of what policies you are going to adopt to invest in or to improve the safety of our community. And that's where I really wanted to spend the 4 or 5 hour session, was right in that area. And that didn't mean we'd ignore what else was on the list, quite the contrary, but prioritize that which is number 1. Sorry, I hope that's helpful.
Okay, we do have a document in front of us, Council. I'm going to go back to my change. I'm just trying to move us forward with what we have in front of us. If people have other changes, we can address them, or we can save this for another night. It's 9:48.
Mayor?
So, we do need to keep moving. Yeah, is that Councilmember Bernice? I'm sorry, I can't see you.
It is, yes. And I'll address your comments. No, I would not agree with that comment. I like what Sean had to say as far as keeping that. I mean, there could be others out there. The only thing I would, if I was going to change that session at all, and I talked to Chris about this, is I think, when we start adding mental health in, that's a county responsibility. That's a funding really project that they do. And so we may want to just add there and work with Yellowstone County, just like we did below. We added in partnership with Yellowstone County when it comes to some of the infrastructure. So I think we have to continue to remember we have the county we have to interface with and work together. So the only thing I would say if you're going to say that is add Yellowstone County specifically, so we can start working with the county, kind of let the staff know that that's a priority to really communicate with the county.
And Councilor Bernice, Yellowstone County is on that list.
Okay.
So it's Substance Abuse Connect, Yellowstone County, and Continuum of Care Partnership.
Right. I was reading that the wrong way. So I'm happy with that. By the way, and also I'd like to say, Chris, thank you very much for keeping this to 1 page. You did a terrific job of narrowing this down, capturing the priorities, making some of the changes. And one other change I would make on the document, because again, like Penny said, so we talk about parks all the time, and I forget to include trails because it's parks and trails. It's really together. When we talk about sidewalks, I think of trails too. And so we talk about continuing to improve sidewalks. I think we should say /trails and improving safe routes to school. school. So that's the only other change I would make on that. But other than that, no, I'm willing to move the document forward.
Okay, Councilmember Neeson, we'll come back to mine, but on your trail comment, are you talking about the first bullet under high priorities where it says create a park development program, inserting create a park and trail development program and analyze all park funding options to build excellent parks and trails throughout the city? Is that your proposed change? Add the word and trail, the phrase.
I wasn't clear on that. It was right underneath your first change, this last bullet point of improved safety of Billings.
Okay, thank you. Continue improving sidewalk network, comma, trails.
Sidewalk/trails network. Because they all work, those trails and sidewalks should all work together.
Okay, let's be formal about this. I make that motion. Councilmember Neese, you'll second it, I bet. All in favor of making that change, raise your hand. We're giving direction to staff to make that change, okay? Okay, and then back to mine right above that. Was there a general consensus in favor or against adding the phrase and determine options for addressing substance abuse and mental health needs? I'll make that motion, add that phrase. Is that a good idea or bad idea? Councilmember Ronning.
I support that.
Okay, so that's a second. So I made the motion, that's a second. Discussion on that motion. Any discussion? And I can't see everybody, so just shout out if, that's okay, keep it up, it'll be helpful. Well, okay, fine.
They pulled up a Word document I can actually mess with, sorry.
No, that's great. Any other discussion on that motion? Nope, all in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember. Okay, Councilmember Ronning and Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I was just going to say that while I understand the concept that mental health is under county, our police officers are dealing with mental health issues all the time. MAP is dealing, the downtown police officers are dealing with mental health issues all the time. We get, I attend the Continuum of Care and the Substance Abuse Connect meetings, and that is always part of the discussion. So I think it would be challenging to say that we as a city don't have any need to address mental health issues. I think that would be really challenging. So I would agree with that, even if it's discussing that with the county. I do think that that needs to be part of the city's discussion.
Okay, thank you. Other discussion before we move to a vote on that language change? If not, all in favor of that language addition, raise your hand. Voting in favor, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got a majority. If voting in opposition, raise your hand. Council members Neese, Brown, and Purinton voted against, but everybody voted in favor, so that motion passes. Next, under high priorities, just to be consistent with the previous change, I'll make a motion where it says create a park. I would insert and trail development program. So adding the phrase and trail. That's my motion. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Okay, second by Councilmember Shaw. Any discussion on that motion? Yeah, I can't see everybody, so shout out. I'm not hearing anybody. So Councilmember Joy, you wanted to comment? Councilmember Joy, there you go.
Sorry, I was voting. Were we not to the vote yet?
Well, I'd love to vote now. So, okay, if there's no discussion, all in favor of adding and trail in that one, raise your hand. Council approves that unanimously. Okay, moving on down, and I'm not cutting you off. I'm just trying to make some progress on this. If you go down under high priorities, the fourth bullet point says define strategy to complete cost of services studies to help fund police, fire, parks. I would insert after the word parks, stormwater and transportation infrastructure in partnership with Yellowstone County. The reason that I think it's important to add stormwater is we now have impact fees for sewer hookup and water hookup but staff has said that they would like us to consider adding an impact fee for the cost of stormwater infrastructure. So in looking at this cost of services study, the cost of stormwater management seems to be an important one. Obviously, it's a minor addition, but in this case, actually might be kind of important. That's the reasoning behind that. So that'd be my motion to add the word stormwater in that list. Is there a second to that motion? Councilmember Joy raised her hand. Discussion on that motion. Seeing none, all in favor of that, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of giving that direction to staff are Boyette, Cole, Purington, Ronning, Shaw, Chariki, and Joy and Brown. Voting in opposition, raise your hand. Council members Ewalt and Neese.
You might need to get Mike to do a voice vote. It looks like he's lost his video.
Oh, I apologize. Mike, are you with us still?
Mike has been coming and going. I've noticed
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I've let him in several times. I see him there muted, so I don't fully understand. But I've let him in at least 3 times tonight or 4 times.
Okay. Hey, here he is. All right. Councilmember Yakowicz, you are now on speaker, and the whole world can hear you. So be careful. How can we help you? You want to just stay on the phone like this?
I vote in favor.
Okay, Councilmember Yakowicz voted in favor. Councilmember Yakowicz, we're just going to keep you on the phone here if that's okay with you for a little bit, unless you want to try to get back on your computer. Feel free on that.
I'll stay with you.
Okay, stay with me. Thank you. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move that from high priorities up to critical, the Heights Water District.
Okay, so that one is
Number 2 in high priorities.
Gotcha. So number 2, so the motion is to move from high priorities up to critical ongoing critical projects. Is there a second to that? Is there, Councilmember Boyette? Okay. Any discussion on that?
I guess I have a question. Yeah. What more can we as a council be doing? I mean, I'm not really sure. It seems like we've had a mediation. It seems like we're always saying to staff, yeah, keep going forward with this, and it's a priority. I just am wanting to know what more we can be doing. What more can the staff be doing to make it any higher of a priority than it already is?
Yeah, and I don't know, is staff, or Chris, you want to comment on it? I'm not sure that changing that does send that message, or I don't know if there's a difference in the way that staff will see that. Chris, and Councilmember Ewald, but Chris, do you want to comment, and then Councilmember Ewald?
Unfortunately, the question I don't have a good answer to is what's the difference between the two. The middle category were projects that are, as a staff, we talked about dropping off. You guys talked about dropping some of them off, but we really have some critical federal grant opportunities that we felt it was really important they stay on the list. And we really, almost all of these projects are in an ongoing status. There's only 1 or 2 that are brand new concepts. So I'm sorry, maybe you would define it to help me. If you think it's higher up there, it wasn't my intent to say those are more important than the high priorities, as much as they were kind of different categorized as airport, West End Reservoir, and the Inner Belt Loop grant. All of them are grants that we've gotten or are going for to fund these projects that are in the tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah, I guess my interpretation was the key word was ongoing, that they were just sort of assumed that, just assume. But Councilmember, you want to comment further on the intent of your motion?
This, we got a $3 million lawsuit going right now, I believe, on it. We got to stay up on top of that. There's one of the high priorities is to study the Billings bypass. That won't do you any good to study the Billings bypass unless you can figure out how we're going to get water to it. Otherwise, it's going to be going through Heights water. So we got to support everything that's going on up here in the Heights water. There's a big election coming up where we've got 4 people, I think, challenging the 3 incumbents in the election. It's the first election in 63 years of existence of the Heights water. That could be a big player, and we got to do whatever we can to help those people out to try and get them on there, because it's an important deal.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's move to a vote. Given the hour, I'm going to vote in favor of this. I'm not quite sure it matters, but I don't see any harm in it. So anyway, all in favor of shifting that up to ongoing critical projects, please raise your hand. Chris, I'm going to ask you, there you go, so I can see hands. Voting in favor, council members Boyette, Cole, Ewald, Purington, Ronning, all council members. Councilmember Yakowicz, how do you vote on that? Councilmember Yakowicz votes yes, so the motion passes unanimously. I've got two more relatively quick items, then I'll be done. If you go down to under high priorities, number 1, formerly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, dealing with medical marijuana. Says regulate medical marijuana dispensary storefronts. Then the second sentence says analyze land use and financial impacts of legalized marijuana. Just to be clear, I assume the point of this was recreational marijuana. And so if that's true, I would insert the after legalized, the phrase recreational use of marijuana, since my understanding of this is it's not just talking about medical marijuana, but also analyzing the land use and financial impacts of recreational use of marijuana. So again, add the 3 words recreational use of between legalized and marijuana, if that's the intent of the council on this. Second, Councilmember Tricky raises his fingers. Any discussion on that before we go to a vote? Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. I was going to actually suggest that also, because I think one of the things, at least in the 3-year process that we've learned with the massage business license, is that these kinds of licenses, if we're looking to do something differently in regard to those businesses or anything else, that doesn't happen overnight. It takes time to figure out how to do that within just the city's software system. And so I think that the recreational marijuana is going to be coming at us more rapidly than what we're concurrently prepared for. And we look at what we've been dealing with medical marijuana. So I was going to suggest that also. So thank you, Mayor Cole. I appreciate that, and just want to encourage the rest of City Council that it really does take time to get this in place for the city staff. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion before we vote on that? If not, all in favor of making that change, raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council except for the unknown Councilmember Yakowicz. How do you vote on that? I vote for you. He votes yes as well. So that also passes unanimously. The last item I would raise was originally raised by Councilmember Purington in her email of about 10 days, 2 weeks ago about Project Recode. She made the point about, are we going to continue to monitor the implementation of Project Recode? I think the answer to that is obviously yes. But if council thinks that's important, and I certainly do, I would add something other, either high priorities or ongoing critical projects, something that would say monitor the implementation of Project Recode according to the staff recommended schedule, parentheses 4, 7, and 12 months. Councilmember, so that'd be my motion. Councilmember Purington, is that still something of interest to you?
Yes, thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, so would that be a second? Councilmember
Yes,
Purington?
and I would put it under the ongoing critical projects as well, because, that's where I would put it.
Okay, and that's fine. It's sort of a assumed ongoing project is my understanding. Discussion on that. I saw a hand. Did I see a hand up before, or just shout out?
Mayor, you've got my hand up.
Councilmember Neese?
Yes, unless Chris can get this to one page, I'm not going to support it.
Do 1.5 instead of double spacing.
Word document to stretch.
I can use a number 2 font.
There you go.
So I was gonna say, change the font size.
Okay.
It's tiny.
Yeah, you can do it with margins.
Yeah.
Is that all I got to do if I use 18 font? Can I make this list shorter? Cool.
Yeah. Okay, any discussion on that before we vote on that change? Don't see any. All in favor of that change, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the council. Councilmember Yakowicz, how do you vote? He votes in favor as well. So, okay, that's the end of my little list of changes. Anything else? Councilmember Purington?
Well, one of the things that will make that up, Roy, is that the next to the last, resolve City Hall facility need deficiencies. So it's already up there in the #1 priorities. So I don't know if there's a different meaning for the one in high priorities.
Chris can comment. That was my understanding that the first one was dealing with, I call it hardcore public safety, police, city attorney, municipal court, where the one below might be city administration, HR, finance, anything else. Chris, was that your intention?
And that came specifically from feedback the last time we talked about it, is they didn't list City Hall or something expansive. There was only the criminal justice side, and someone pointed out correctly that I missed kind of the rest of City Hall. If I might suggest a cut, maybe it would be, I mean, we're not going to stop doing what we're doing with the legislature, but maybe you would think it's an important message to the legislature for that item that's there if you wanted it really to get to one page. But sorry, kind of switched topics.
Okay, so Councilor Purington, that is the proposed distinction there. Somebody wants to change the language, make that clear, that's fine, but that's the intention, why it's in both places.
So Chris, you're talking primarily on this next to the bottom, the resolve City Hall facility space needs. You're talking primarily administration. Is that what you're talking about?
I mean, that's what's left at City Hall. So if you take criminal justice out, then you got IT, HR, admin, finance.
Oh, okay. I understand. Okay, well, I just say make your font a little bit smaller, because I guess you're going to keep that in there.
Okay, so where does that leave us? Are there other changes, or do we now have a motion to bring this back to council for final approval, or how do you want to proceed? Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. I don't really have a change, but I guess my encouragement would be to Chris and city staff, and something that I've been really kind of wanting to see happen, and it was on my priority list last year, and thankfully it made it onto our priorities. I'm not seeing it on this list, but my encouragement would be in regard to a number of these issues, but the safety of Billings, like the criminal, where is it? Criminal just, or no. Sorry, I can't see it. My eyes are too blurry right now. Too much looking at a computer, but we saw so much success in getting a bill to help resolve the jail issues. I guess my encouragement, Chris, would be on some of these things that we're dealing with, especially public safety, because they deal with county and they deal with our state legislature as well, is that we continue to make that effort to have city, county, and legislative priority discussions on a quarterly basis. I think it's critical that we're all talking, because we're going to need to see some other issues come out of the 2023 state legislature. And we need to get that caucus in Helena working for us at the city level. So my encouragement would be that we just continue to move forward with those quarterly discussions as much as possible.
Chris, please.
I throw this, Councilman Ronning, I no disagreement there. I think I have been very resistant over my career about subcommittees of councils, but this is the biggest council I've ever had. I want you to just contemplate this idea that it might be a really bad one, or maybe is it a good one, which is that this council creates two subcommittees. One that will work very deliberately to resolve issues or deal with issues between the city and the county. And the other one would be between the legislature and the city. Because so many times those issues really are political policy issues. They're really not daily operational issues as much as they're political policy issues. So we might be able to really make some headway with that kind of an initiative amongst the elected officials. Staff, I need to be engaged in that for sure, but it really doesn't have to be something I have to lead, or a department director, frankly, should lead. So just a thought to think about in those categories.
I would support that 100%. And if you need an initiative for something like that, I am happy to bring that forward. I see the success that Sean and I and you have had when we meet with the county on the TED, and we've been having those discussions. I would love to see those kinds of discussions just continuing to go forward. I think communication is critical. And if you need an initiative or something, a motion or something like that, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, hearing some support there, Chris, and obviously an important point to continue our discussion on. So, but it's 10:12. Let's not get into that one too deep. Let's try to move ahead. We either need a direction from staff to bring this back for final approval, or we need a direction from staff to come back for a further work session, whatever. Councilmember Tricky?
I mean, if you feel like we need a motion, I'll make a motion, but honestly, this is an existing document and we just approved pretty much, well, I won't say unanimously, but by a large number on all the different motions that went through it. So I don't think we need to do anything additional with this document. With one exception, I do believe that this is a living document, and I do believe that this is a constant talking point between us, the council, and the city administrator and city staff. The reason I brought park funding forward was because of part of this process that's in there. I had been paying attention to what the Parks Board was doing. I had been listening to what the administration was doing, and I knew that at some point it wasn't going to make any difference unless we talked about it here in council. So that's why I made that initiative, to make sure that we talked about it here in council. And I think that, we need to continue to do that on these other issues. We need to stay on top of what's going on with staff, with other public policy boards that are involved in these various issues. And then when they're ready to talk about these things, make sure that these issues get the council's attention. So personally, I think we're done.
Okay, Chris, you're the staff who has to help implement this. You had 5 council members who approved the old version last time, 6 who wanted to come back and have a discussion. We've now had that discussion, made some tweaks. Do you want to put this back for more formal approval, or are you done? And what do other council members feel?
I guess I would say, unfortunately, you saw just how bad of an executive assistant I am. I got the last 3, but didn't get the first few, but my staff, I'm sure, did. I would make these changes word for word with what you gave me. I would put it on consent, and it'll have a date on it. It'll say adopted by the council on that date. I think that is important going forward. So we don't have to put it on action. I'd put it on consent based on what I think is really strong support for what we've got now.
Okay, that's how we'll proceed unless somebody objects. Councilmember Purington.
Don't object, but remember what Roy said, keep it to 1 page.
I think if he heard anything, he heard that one.
Good.
Okay. He tipped it to 2 pages.
You may need a magnifying glass, but okay.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, so that's going to come back. I think that resolves. I'm sorry, we have not had public comment on this item, so I'm going to open up for public comment. Please call if you're listening. Members of the public, sorry for the late hour. 237-6196 on item number 5, council priorities. We will then have maybe some other council discussion and public comment on non-agenda items, and we'll be done. But please call that number immediately, 237-6196, if there was any public comment on these council priorities that we've been discussing. Again, 237-6196. Because we're ahead, please turn off your television or your computer or turn the sound down. It'll be confusing if you don't. Keep your comments to less than 3 minutes and tell us your name up front. Tony, do we have anybody who, hopefully I've delayed long enough to give them time to catch up with us, who's called 237-6196?
We have not received any calls.
Okay, we'll move ahead. If somebody calls the next few seconds, we'll let them in, given this problem of the delay. Council, we're done then with item number 5. We'll move on then to council discussion. Any items of council discussion? Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. I just wanted to report something really wonderful. So for a number of years before Brent Brooks retired, former city attorney Brent Brooks, he talked about becoming a CASA advocate once he retired. And a CASA advocate, of course, is a volunteer who advocates for abused and neglected children in the foster care system, in the court system. And Brent would share often that once he retired, that's what he was going to do. So I just want to share that Brent completed the 6+ weeks of training, and he was sworn in this past week as a CASA advocate in Billings. And I think he'll do an outstanding job. So really super proud of him.
Thank you, Brent Brooks, and thank you to all of our CASA volunteers. And if you're interested, contact CASA, and I'm sure they'll be very glad to walk you through the process for what that involves. They do yeoman's work in taking care of our kids. There's no doubt about it. Thank you. Any other items of council discussion before we go to public comment on non-agenda items? Public, we will open this up, and even if there's other items of council discussion, please call now, public, if you would like to comment on anything that was not on our agenda tonight. It's the same number, 237-6196, that you've heard many times tonight. Go ahead and call that now if you'd like to comment on anything that was not on our agenda. Any other items of council discussion while we wait for those calls to come in? Not seeing any. For anybody who is listening, again, please keep your comments to less than 3 minutes and mute or turn off your computer or your television. Thank you, members of the council. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. If you all didn't know, I wanted to extend our condolences to Kendra. Her grandfather passed away of COVID, and just this week. And so really wanted to extend our heartfelt condolences and sympathies to Kendra's family.
Good, thank you. Several of us on this call have had family members lost to COVID, and it just sends the signal it's very real. Even today in our country, we're having almost 1,500 people are dying every day of COVID-19, even with our numbers way down. Reinforces our need to get vaccinated. If you're eligible, don't cheat, but do get vaccinated and continue to wear that mask and stay safe. I'm not hearing calls. Tony, I assume we do not have any calls for public comment on non-agenda items. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, we will close that public comment period and adjourn our meeting. Thank you, council, for a good discussion, and have a good night's sleep. Good night.
Thanks, everybody.